Chapter 643. David didn't expect that the Luce family would once again enter the sights of the nobles in Harmer City through the incident of the experimental alchemy carriage. Many nobles began to talk about the story of Baron Arthur, who had come from the distant Interstellar Federation to the great world of God to inherit the Luce family. As soon as he arrived, he took out a large amount of divine gold coins. From the luxurious number 16 or street to the major renovation project of Luce Castle, all reflected that the Luce family had once again begun to recover. No noble would underestimate an ancient family. An ancient family that had at least 10,000 years of history had left behind glorious deeds time and time again in the long river of history. Of course, although the name of Baron Arthur had been recognized by the nobles, no one had officially sent an invitation to David. The various gatherings in the nobles' circle in Harmer City had not accepted David. All the nobles seemed to be waiting for an opportunity for Baron Arthur to officially join the noble circle. In fact, if David was willing, he could hold a banquet to celebrate his inheritance of the title of Baron. Then, he would directly integrate into the noble circle. However, David had been very busy recently. Even with Steward Jason's persuasion, he didn't want to spend time on this. It was the 15th day since David came to the great world of God to become Baron Arthur. Yesterday, he felt a bottleneck in his leopard breath breathing technique. It seemed that the night pattern in his body was in a state of fullness. For this reason, he canceled Euphemia's etiquette class this morning. He didn't even go to the alchemy lab. Instead, he stayed in the training room. Recently, David had moved to another courtyard in Harmer City, so it was convenient for his etiquette teacher, Euphemia, who no longer had to travel dozens of kilometers. However, David's time was also limited. He could only conduct etiquette classes for 2 hours a day. If it were any of the previous students, Euphemia would have gracefully complained about the importance of learning. But Baron Arthur's student made Euphemia speechless. This was because Baron Arthur's learning speed was too fast. No matter how complicated the etiquette was, as long as it was taught once, Baron Arthur could completely remember it. Euphemia could teach less and less things. She could only prepare more knowledge about nobles every day and impart it to Baron Arthur. Fortunately, some skills still needed time to practice. For example, various noble dances needed to be practiced with a dance partner. Recently, Euphemia's job was to dance with Baron Arthur every day. This made her feel enthusiastic about her work. David stood on the wooden floor of the training room. The 36 spirit gathering circles were gathering Krypton crystal energy continuously gathered around him. Every breath of the leopard breath breathing technique would bring the energy into his body and be absorbed by the night pattern. The night's pattern, which had been saturated for a long time, started to flow faster due to the influx of these energies. David felt Spotties's. The night pattern and bloodline power in his body were originally in a state of balance. But after the energy entered his body, this balance was broken. The blood power in the night pattern felt like it would break out of the night pattern at any time. David used his will to forcibly suppress the blood power so that it could flow in the night pattern. Many novice knights had failed at this step. Losing control of the power of the bloodline would cause the knight's pattern to shatter due to being unable to bear it, thus destroying the novice knight's years of cultivation. The danger in David's body was even greater than the other trainee knights. His bloodline power had filled up the night pattern, which caused the bloodline power to flow crazily, creating an even greater force. David didn't know that normally, if a trainee knight with super talent like him relied on a big noble, he would have a powerful knight to protect him and support him with precious resources to reduce the risk of promotion. In fact, even a knight Eds who enlightened David didn't expect him to become an official knight so quickly. Originally, Eds was going to wait for a while to visit him again before reminding him. The blood power in David's body was flowing faster and faster in the night pattern because of the energy pouring in. He used all of his will to suppress the blood power. He had a feeling that in a few minutes, he wouldn't be able to suppress his blood power. Suddenly, his heart beat violently twice. The center of the night pattern was where his heart was. Because of these two beats, the balance of the night pattern was broken. The power of the bloodline squeezed towards the heart. The center of the night pattern was broken without any resistance, and the power of the bloodline rushed towards the heart. David wasn't worried at all. Instead, he was relieved. The blood power didn't attack his heart. The night pattern just opened up a space on the node of his heart. This was the space where the official knight stored their blood power. Like David, the night pattern directly broke through the space in his heart after 10 days of stabilization. This was very rare in the history of night practice. He had a greater advantage than others in the practice of night. First of all, his blood power was strong to the extreme. This blood power almost reached the maximum effect when practicing as a knight. Second, the blood power he practiced matched with the practice method, which was an important reason for his fast practice. The second was his spirit. His powerful spirit allowed him to control the power of his powerful bloodline with ease. This allowed him to make no mistakes during his cultivation. Finally, there was the battle angel skeleton. Even though the spirit gathering array had provided David with a large amount of energy, the battle angel skeleton was still the core of his cultivation. It contained an endless amount of life energy, allowing his body to perfectly withstand every cultivation session. David's blood power poured into his heart's sea space. The first time he opened up his heart's sea space was the most important. This was because the size of his heart's sea space determined the size of his heart's sea space in the future. After that, during the practice of an official night, he would no longer be able to increase his heart's sea space. He would only be able to increase the quality of the blood power in his heart's sea space. David didn't know what other knights' heart sea space was like. He felt the blood power constantly expanding his heart sea space. When the blood power in the night pattern entered his heart sea space by 50%, he felt the battle angel skeleton replenish the life energy to the blood source in his spine. The life energy entered the blood source in his spine, and the blood source began to produce more blood power to replenish the blood power that entered his heart sea space. This new blood power constantly absorbed the energy around it and then guided it into the heart sea space. In fact, when a knight formed their heart sea space, as long as 80% of the blood power in their body was extracted, it would automatically stop. The heart sea space would also stabilize and become the energy source of the night pattern. However, there was an accident with David. The battle angel skeleton stubbornly didn't want the blood power to go below 50%. Under the influence of the night pattern, the blood power kept pouring into his heart sea space. As the energy flowed in and out, David's body reached a strange balance. If the external energy could continue like this, he would be able to create an endless space within his heart sea. Of course, if he did that, he would never be able to become an Earth Knight. It was almost impossible to completely increase the quality of the blood power in such a huge heart sea space. Perhaps David could do it. His battle angel skeleton provided him with almost endless life energy. As long as his body wasn't destroyed, it would last forever. However, without absolute strength, having an immortal life would instead bring him a calamity. After an hour, the energy gathering circle automatically closed. This ended the expansion of the heart sea space. If other official knights' heart sea space was a well, then David's heart sea space was a pool. It was an extremely deep pool. As the blood power stopped pouring into the heart sea space, the heart sea space also stabilized. David felt that the heart sea space and the night pattern were a whole. After the heart sea space stabilized, David tried to transfer the blood power from the heart sea space. He found that the blood power transferred from the heart sea space was more condensed than the blood power in his body. The heart sea space had the effect of increasing the quality of the blood power. David thought about the situation when he opened the heart sea space. He also understood why the blood power was more condensed. A large amount of bloodline strength constantly gathered in Zhang Tai's heart sea space. In the process of expansion, Zhang Tai's heart sea space was constantly compressed. If this compression happened in the knight's pattern, it might break the pattern. However, in Zhang Tai's heart sea space, the quality of his bloodline's strength gradually improved. The upgraded blood power flowed through his night pattern and guided the uncondensed blood power in his night pattern into the heart sea space. This also increased his physical strength. The increase in the strength of his body would allow David to use more power, and his body would not collapse due to excessive power. "I've become an official knight." David stood up and waved his hand. White blood power flashed on his palm. He couldn't help but mumble to himself. Ever since David learned about the knight training system, he had been looking forward to it. However, at that time, he knew that there was an insurmountable condition in the knight training system, which was the blood power. He didn't expect to really become an official knight. He didn't know if he should be angry or happy with Dean Constable for changing his battle angel bone and injecting blood power into him. If it weren't for Dean Constable's actions, David would still be a major general in the Interstellar Federation. Perhaps he could have even greater achievements in the future. Of course, David was very satisfied with his life in the great world of God. The power of the knight training system gave him a refreshing feeling. Just from his first night initiation, just the newly formed night pattern almost expelled the transcendent power in his body. This made him understand that only the knight training system was what he needed. David felt the difference between an official knight and a trainee knight. If a trainee knight was a pistol with 5 bullets, then an official knight was a submachine gun with a spare magazine. Not to mention the fact that the blood power of an official knight could continuously increase in quality and make the blood power stronger. Just the amount of blood power was completely different. Once a trainee knight used the blood power in their body, it would be constantly consumed. In order to maintain the existence of a knight pattern, there was a limit to this consumption. Therefore, after a trainee knight used the blood power to attack a few times, they could only use pure strength to fight. They couldn't use the blood power anymore. However, an official knight was different. The blood power in the heart space could be extracted at any time. Even if it was completely used, it wouldn't affect the stability of the night pattern. At the same time, a higher quality blood power would strengthen the body of an official knight, greatly increasing the combat power of an official knight. However, when David sensed his warhorse, he couldn't help but retract his smile. On one hand, a knight's strength lay in his body. On the other hand, it lay in his warhorse. A warhorse could provide a knight with faster speed, stronger HP, and more ferocious charge. However, David couldn't help but shake his head at the thought of his warhorse. When David walked out of the practice room, he happened to see the warhorse strolling leisurely in the villa. Its small steps were constantly alternating, and its small body was moving at a slow speed. When the warhorse saw David, it sped up its 4 legs and came to his side and leaned against him. David smiled. He knew that he couldn't blame the warhorse. It was still a young warhorse. Even if he massaged the young warhorse for much longer than the prescribed time every day, it couldn't quickly grow to the level where it could fight. All of this was David's own rapid growth. In 10 days, David completed the path of cultivation from a knight's initiation to a trainee knight, and then to an official knight. Because he was promoted to an official knight, David, who was in a good mood, came to the hall with his warhorse and met the knight Andrew. When the knight Andrew saw David, his eyes widened, and he said in surprise, "Baron, you've been promoted." The reason why he didn't use a question was that the knight Andrew himself was an official knight. He could perceive the bloodline power in David's body because of his promotion. Only an official knight could have the bloodline power of this quality. Without the space in the heart, the quality of the bloodline power couldn't be improved at all. This was the most obvious difference between a trainee knight and an official knight. What made the knight Andrew surprised was not David's promotion, but the speed of David's promotion. In 10 days, David was promoted to an official knight. Looking back at himself, the knight Andrew couldn't bear to think about it. In order to promote the knight Andrew to an official knight, the old Baron Luce helped him to exchange a level 3 strengthening potion from the Interstellar Alliance. Through this unusual method, he successfully promoted to an official knight. Chapter 644. In the dark of night, Zero City could barely see anyone other than the starry street lamps. Zero City was only a small city, and there was only one lord who lived there. It naturally couldn't be as lively as Harmday City. In fact, in the great world of God, apart from the nobles, almost everyone would stay at home at night and didn't have much entertainment. Thus, Zero City seemed to be in a deep slumber. Only the city walls had a few soldiers patrolling. How come vegetables have become cheaper recently? A soldier holding a spear asked the soldier beside him as he leaned against the wall. It said that the Atkins family was exterminated. The vegetables that were originally supplied to them can no longer be supplied, so they're all being sold on the market. The soldier beside him replied, "That means the extermination of the Atkins family has some benefits," the soldier holding the spear said with a chuckle. "Be careful what you say. If someone hears you, you and I will both be in trouble." The soldier beside him reprimanded him out of a natural fear of nobles. "But there's no one here," the soldier holding the spear said softly, knowing that he'd said something wrong. The soldier who'd said the wrong thing hadn't seen that after losing the Atkins family, Zero City wouldn't be as good as before, be it in terms of economy or status. This wasn't something the price of vegetables could compare to. Furthermore, if the farmers couldn't make money, they wouldn't continue planting vegetables. Soon, the vegetables in Zero City would return to normal. Zero City might even decline completely due to the loss of the Atkins family's consumption drive. Of course, an even greater danger descended on Zero City early. Just as the two soldiers were talking, their bodies both trembled. They were pierced by a long bone spear. Then, a few more bone spears flew out of the darkness and killed the soldiers on the city walls one by one. The corpses of the fallen soldiers exploded. The skeletons that had lost their flesh stood up from the bloodstains. They instinctively picked up the weapons beside them and walked down the city walls. Screams kept coming out of Zero City. After the screams, black fog would rise up and surround the nearby houses. Then, the people in the houses would be enveloped by the black fog. Soon, the flesh of the corpses would gather into the black fog, and the remaining skeletons would stand up and walk out of the house. Lord Hitchcock was the only noble in Sorrow City. Previously, he was attached to House Atkins, but now that House Atkins was exterminated, he received some benefits. Lord Hitchcock had kept some of the business deals with the Atkins family. After all, there was no proof of such private deals. When the Atkins family existed, they didn't have to worry about Lord Hitchcock doing anything. The difference between the two families was too great, and Lord Hitchcock didn't dare to do anything to them. In the past few days, Lord Hitchcock had taken over a dozen shops and 2 restaurants in Zero City. Since the Atkins family no longer had a direct descendant, he didn't have to worry about the Atkins family losing power when the collateral family took over. Lord Hitchcock was an official knight. This was the source of his confidence. Even if all the knights of the Atkins family were dead, even if the Branch family inherited the family, they would at most be novice knights. Not to mention that there were no documents of proof for these properties. Even if there were, he wouldn't care about them. At this moment, Lord Hitchcock was flipping through the property certificates in his hands. This was something he had used his connections to make up for and completely cut off all ties with the Atkins family. He had a complacent smile on his face, but he suddenly stopped what he was doing. Next, Lord Hitchcock leapt into the air and a set of knight's armor appeared on his body. He crashed through the window and landed on a warhorse on the ground before landing on the ground. He landed on the warhorse just in time to see it. Then, a heavy sword appeared in Lord Hitchcock's right hand, and a round shield appeared in his left. Enemy attack. Lord Hitchcock activated his bloodline power and shouted. Although his family was only a small one, after many years of nurturing, he still managed to cultivate 20 guards with decent strength. When they cooperated, they could block some enemies for him. However, even though Lord Hitchcock's voice traveled far into the night, there was no response. Just as Lord Hitchcock was about to shout, a strange cracking sound came from the night. It sounded like something hard hitting the ground. He took out a torch from his portal bag and gently rubbed it against the saddle. The special material of the torch ignited as it rubbed against the saddle. Lord Hitchcock threw the torch into the distance. Under the illumination of the torch, he saw the thing that made the noise. Undead. Lord Hitchcock spat out a single word when he saw what it was. Undead represented the appearance of believers of evil gods. In the great world of God, only believers of evil gods were able to create undead. Of course, believers of evil gods had different abilities because they believed in different gods. The ones who created undead were believers of the god of death. The god of death was one of the ancient gods and an extremely powerful existence among the ancient gods. However, he was forced into hibernation during the War of the Gods. Lord Hitchcock no longer had the courage from before. He was about to turn his horse and leave when he heard the cracking sound behind him. Then more and more cracking sounds came from his left and right. More and more skeletons appeared from the darkness. Some were holding spears, some were holding sticks, some were holding kitchen knives, and some were even empty-handed. However, their target was the same: Lord Hitchcock. Lord Hitchcock looked at the skeletons in the night and guessed that all the people in Zero City had become skeletons. These skeletons weren't his main opponents. His opponents were the believers of evil gods hidden in the darkness. Lord Hitchcock thought of the Atkins family. He was no longer as happy as he was when he obtained the unexpected wealth. Without the protection of the Atkins family, Zero City had been targeted by the believers of evil gods. A single knight like him wouldn't be able to protect such a city. He saw 20 skeletons holding spears among the skeletons. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. These were the guards he'd nurtured. "Kill!" Lord Hitchcock roared. His body flashed with white light, and the sword in his hand turned into a lightsaber. His warhorse accelerated towards the pile of skeletons. Just as he was about to collide with the skeletons, he waved his sword, and the skeletons in front of him were cut into pieces. These skeletons weren't powerful. They weren't even as strong as ordinary people. Their movements were slower, and their strength was weaker. However, they had a fearlessness that ordinary people didn't have. As long as they received an order, they would dare to challenge anything in front of them. Lord Hitchcock continuously slashed with his sword and charged with his warhorse. At least 40 skeletons fell in front of him. However, in the darkness, who knew how many skeletons were still rushing over? All he could hear were the cracking sounds. It was as if this was the only sound in Zero City. Lord Hitchcock gritted his teeth. In the darkness, he could vaguely see the road ahead. It was the main road of Zero City. As long as he was on the main road, he could charge out of Zero City with his warhorse. As long as he was out of Zero City, he would be safe. Thinking up to this point, Lord Hitchcock forgot about his fear. He swung his sword faster and chopped the skeletons into pieces. Just as Lord Hitchcock was about to reach the main road, a black light shot towards him. His knight's perception had foreseen the danger, and he dodged. He didn't think that the black light would turn around and hit him. A sense of weakness came from Lord Hitchcock's body, and he almost dropped his sword. He knew that he had been cursed by the followers of the evil god. He hurriedly activated his bloodline power in his mind and tried to dispel the curse. However, the skeletons beside him didn't give him the chance. The originally slow-moving skeletons sped up and pounced towards him. Although Lord Hitchcock's armor wasn't the best, it was still a grade 2 item. How could these skeletons break through it? The teeth and bones of the skeletons didn't leave a single mark on Lord Hitchcock's armor. Even the 2 skeletons with weapons in their hands couldn't break through Lord Hitchcock's defense. Although Lord Hitchcock was weak, he still waved his sword and split the 3 skeletons on his body apart. In a short period of time, Lord Hitchcock stood still for a few seconds. The skeletons sped up and pounced on him one by one. Soon, Lord Hitchcock was surrounded by skeletons. Even though he had dispelled the curse, he couldn't immediately get rid of the skeletons on his body. Lord Hitchcock activated his bloodline power, and a white light flashed among the skeletons. The sound of bones breaking could be heard continuously. However, all the skeletons in the city were rushing towards him. In a short period of time, at least 1,000 skeletons pounced on Lord Hitchcock's body. Every time these skeletons were scattered by Lord Hitchcock, they would produce a dim light that would be absorbed by the skeletons on the side. The skeletons that absorbed the dim light would become stronger. As more and more skeletons were shattered, the number of skeletons that became stronger also increased. Lord Hitchcock, who was fighting in the dark, didn't see this. Perhaps even if he did, He couldn't do anything about it and could only continue fighting. Lord Hitchcock felt as if his warhorse couldn't stand. The ground was filled with shattered bones, and all he could see were skeletons. At first, he could split these skeletons into pieces with a single strike of his sword. Later, he discovered that he could only split one skeleton with a single strike. After that, he only needed 2 strikes to split one skeleton. Although these skeletons still couldn't break through Lord Hitchcock's defense, he couldn't escape either. He was surrounded by a sea of skeletons. Lord Hitchcock knew that there were around 30,000 people in Sorrow City. He didn't know how many skeletons he had destroyed, but he knew that he was far from being able to destroy 30,000 skeletons. At some point, the eyes of the skeletons beside Lord Hitchcock started burning with dim blue flames after absorbing the dim light. Those were soul fires that would only appear in true undead. Only undead with soul fires could exist for a long time. The skeletons here were only temporary battle puppets created by the believers of the god of death using a special poison mist and summoning ability. Once the summoning time was up, they would all collapse. Lord Hitchcock also saw the dim blue flames in the skeletons' eyes. He understood what the believers of the god of death were thinking. They were borrowing his hand to create battle undead. "Don't be a coward. Come and fight me to the death," Lord Hitchcock shouted. No one answered him in the dark, but Lord Hitchcock could feel a pair of eyes looking at him. The other party's strength clearly wasn't weak. He couldn't sense their location. Lord Hitchcock really wanted to stop attacking, but the attacks of the battle undead were now imbued with undead poison. Every time this undead poison hit his armor, a trace of it would enter his body through his armor. Lord Hitchcock could expel a little bit of undead poison from his body through his bloodline power, but as the undead poison continuously entered his body, the numbing and weakening effects of the poison would appear. When that time came, he wouldn't be able to resist even if he wanted to. Thus, even though Lord Hitchcock knew the goal of the believers of the god of death, he could only continuously swing the heavy sword in his hand and shatter the approaching battle undead. After the battle undead was shattered, the soul fire would immediately be absorbed by the skeleton next to it. This skeleton would then become a battle undead, even stronger than the previous one. Lord Hitchcock felt like he was drinking poison to quench his thirst. The battle undead would continuously fall as he swung his sword. The next skeleton would stand up again and again. It was like an endless cycle. After an hour of fighting, Lord Hitchcock felt exhausted. What was even more frightening was that he had to use his bloodline power every time he wanted to shatter the battle undead in front of him. He couldn't use the strength of a knight at all. However, bloodline power was ultimately limited. No matter how carefully Lord Hitchcock used it, it would be exhausted as he continued to use it. "Come out. The god of death is a cowardly coward. He sent clowns like you who are just as cowardly. You don't even dare to fight head-on," Lord Hitchcock shouted. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in a critical situation, Lord Hitchcock wouldn't have insulted the god of death. It must be known that in the great world of God, the gods were great. Even the god of death couldn't be insulted at will. It was said that the god of death would be able to sense it if the name of the god was spoken. However, Lord Hitchcock no longer had any scruples. He only wanted to force the believer of the god of death out. He would use the last of his bloodline power to kill the believer of the god of death. What answered Lord Hitchcock was a bone spear. This bone spear pierced through his armor and shattered his heart. Only then did Lord Hitchcock realize how strong the believer of the god of death was. He was at least an Earth Knight. That was his last thought. As his body fell to the ground, it was enveloped by a black mist. Then his body exploded and a skeleton stood up. There was a skeletal warhorse beneath it. All the battle undead nearby were swept by a spiritual force and instantly collapsed. All their soul fire surged into the skeleton of the undead knight. Its eyes lit up with blue flames. These flames were more vigorous than any of the previous ones. What a pity! So many materials were wasted. A faint voice sounded in the darkness. After this voice, the remaining tens of thousands of skeletons scattered and covered the entire area. Chapter 645. Steward Albin came to the study and reported to David. who was massaging the young warhorse. "Master, the Gershwin Minister of Aristocratic Affairs requests an audience. I'll change my clothes and invite him to the reception room. Also, prepare the best drinks." David hurriedly instructed when he heard that the Gershwin Minister of Aristocratic Affairs had come to visit. David changed into more formal clothes and walked to the reception room. The young warhorse followed closely behind him. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. He didn't care before, but now that he knew, dressing casually to meet a guest was disrespectful to the guest and himself. Because David was training, his clothes were very loose, so he couldn't wear them to meet the Gershwin Minister of Aristocratic Affairs. "Gershwin Minister of Aristocratic Affairs, long time no see." David smiled and greeted the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs with a standard greeting. "Baron Arthur, you learn aristocratic etiquette really quickly." The Gershwin Minister of Aristocratic Affairs smiled and returned the greeting. "I have a good teacher. She is very strict with me." David smiled and then asked curiously, "Aren't you dealing with the Atkins family case? How come you have time to come over?" David was also very concerned about the progress of the Atkins family case. He didn't know where the investigation was and whether he would be implicated again. The massacre of the Atkins family was committed by the believers of the death god. This has been confirmed. Last night, the believers of the death god killed everyone in Sorrow City, including a lord. Gershwin's Minister of Aristocratic Affairs said in a deep voice. David felt a chill in his heart. On one hand, he was disappointed by the massacre of the death god believers in Sorrow City. On the other hand, he was disappointed by the Gershwin Minister of Aristocratic Affairs' explanation of the massacre. According to the Gershwin Minister of Aristocratic Affairs' tone, the massacre in Sorrow City wasn't as important as the death of a lord. However, David didn't have any intention of blaming the Gershwin Minister of Aristocratic Affairs. This was the great world of God, a world ruled by aristocrats. It was normal for the Gershwin Minister of Aristocratic Affairs to think this way. To the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs, nothing was more important than the lives of aristocrats. "How many people are there in Sorrow City?" David asked in a low voice. "About 30,000 people. All of them have been turned into skeletons. There is not a single complete corpse in the city." The Minister of Noble Affairs shook his head and said, "Why would a follower of death do that?" David asked, puzzled. "It's still under investigation, but there's information that the believers of the death god have publicly mentioned that the Atkins family's extermination was their doing. Drayden's suspicion of you back then has been confirmed to be slander." The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs replied. Only David himself knew that Drayden didn't slander him, and the believers of the god of death didn't commit the massacre of the Atkins family. It was just that the believers of the god of death took the blame, and they took the initiative to do so. David naturally wouldn't say it out loud. "I've finally cleared my name," David said in a deep voice. "News of what happened in Sorrow City will probably reach Harmer City soon. Don't leave Harmer City for the time being," the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs reminded in a low voice. "The believers of the god of death are so rampant. Is there no one to deal with them?" David understood the meaning behind the words of the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs and couldn't help but ask. "We're friends. I'll say some things to you, but I won't admit it after the fact." The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs' voice became even softer as he continued. "In recent months, the activities of the believers of the evil god have become more frequent. There are more cases involving nobles than in the past 10 years combined. The experts of the Aristocratic Affairs Office have been sent out to deal with them. It will take at least 10 days to free up manpower to deal with this." David nodded and didn't continue this topic. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs was already doing his best as a friend by saying this. After he came to the great world of God, he thought it was very peaceful, but the evil hidden in the darkness was no less than that of the Interstellar Federation. The Interstellar Federation's war zone was threatened by the Zerg, but the great world of God was threatened by the believers of the evil god. In order to thank the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs, David personally cooked a few dishes for the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs during lunch. Although the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs said that he didn't dare to accept the food, he was not polite at all when he ate. After the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs left, David immediately ordered Knight Andrew. "Knight Andrew, go to the castle immediately and pick up Steward Jason. Tell him to send someone else to take care of the castle's overhaul. David didn't want to protect everyone, but that was unrealistic. He just wanted the people around him to be safe. Sir Baron, can I drive the alchemy carriage there? Knight Andrew carefully glanced at David's face and asked softly, Go and come back quickly. Be sure to protect Steward Jason. David waved his hand and agreed. Yes, Sir Baron. Knight Andrew happily ran out of the door and responded. If Steward Jason were here, he would definitely teach Knight Andrew a lesson for not knowing the rules. An hour later, Steward Jason arrived at the villa in the alchemy carriage and saw David. Master, why did you summon me so urgently? Did something happen? When Steward Jason saw Knight Andrew pick him up in the alchemy carriage, he thought that something big had happened in the villa. He was anxious all the way, but after arriving at the villa, he didn't find anything wrong. When he saw David, he asked doubtfully in his heart, Sorrow City has been massacred by the followers of the evil god. You stay in the villa for the time being. If anything happens in the castle, you can arrange for someone to deal with it. You don't have to go there personally. David explained, Master, you don't have to pay special attention to my safety. Steward Jason said emotionally with tears in his eyes. David was considerate of him, which made him feel that his sacrifice for Luce Castle was worth it. News of the massacre in Sorrow City reached Harmer City in the afternoon. Harmer City immediately increased the number of city guards. Fortunately, Harmer City wasn't Sorrow City. There were many nobles in the city, and as long as they were nobles, they would definitely have bloodline power. Every noble family would more or less have at least a knight trainee or above. In addition to the 2 Earth Knights in the City Lord's mansion, Lord Cager and Captain Massey's, the followers of the evil god wouldn't dare to come to Harmer City. However, the nobles living in castles outside Harmer City panicked. They hurriedly brought their families into Harmer City and stayed in the villas. Those who didn't have villas would stay in the hotels in the city. In a short time, the hotels in Harmer City were full. It should be known that noble families didn't just come to Harmer City with 1 or 2 people. Every member of the family had to bring servants to serve them, so there were many of them. Steward Jason also brought a portion of the servants from Luce Castle into the city. In any case, the courtyard still needed people. Due to the overhaul of Luce Castle, the treasury had already been emptied, leaving only the castle to be repaired by the workers. David really wanted to tell Steward Jason that there was no need to panic, because he was sure that the followers of the evil god wouldn't be too strong. However, Steward Jason and the others in the city didn't think so. A group of followers of the evil god that could wipe out the Atkins family had to be extremely powerful. They were at least stronger than the 9 knights of the Atkins family combined. The nobles outside the city didn't have much power compared to the Atkins family, so they were all scared into hiding in the city. Steward Jason's arrival made Steward Albin take the initiative to give most of his authority to Steward Jason. Steward Jason only took over the matters of serving David and didn't ask about the other matters in the villa. The next morning, Butler Jason invited 2 tailors to make David's formal attire, as well as a variety of casual and formal wear. When Steward Albin saw Steward Jason's work, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. He had been in charge of David's daily life for many days, but he didn't think of this point. In the afternoon, Steward Jason invited the staff of the jewelry store in the city. The staff brought many noble jewelry for David to choose from. David had learned noble etiquette from Euphemia, so he naturally knew that noble jewelry was a way to improve one's temperament. It included canes, pendants, bracelets, rings, and other things. There were also some toys that belonged to the category of jewelry. David casually chose a few accessories. He didn't like to wear accessories unless they had special effects. These accessories didn't have any special effects and were just normal accessories. The accessories he chose were all made of good materials. He was going to try to use his master-level alchemy ability to modify these accessories when he had time. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, David had just finished massaging the young warhorses. When he was feeding the young warhorses, he saw steward Jason walk in with a face full of excitement. David rarely saw steward Jason beaming with joy. One must know that steward Jason was a very old-fashioned steward, and he usually didn't smile. "Master, the Castellan's palace sent you an invitation to the banquet." Steward Jason bowed and reported to David. Then he took out a gilded invitation and handed it over. David took the invitation. The invitation was indeed sent by the Castellan's palace. It had Castellan Cager's personal signature on it, but the timing was a bit too rushed. It was actually tomorrow night. Normally, banquets would be notified at least a week in advance. The banquet's arrangements needed to give the guests some time to prepare. During this week, the guests needed to arrange their affairs and prepare their formal attire. All of these took time. Just like the formal attire, it was best not to wear the formal attire that you had worn before the banquets. That would make the nobles feel like you had financial problems. This kind of influence would cause you to be ostracized in your future business. This banquet is so rushed. Could it be related to the incident in Zero City? David said as he looked at the invitation in his hand. "I'm afraid so. If I had known, I wouldn't have accepted it." Steward Jason said with some vexation. As the steward of the Luce family, he could have rejected the invitation. He just needed to use the excuse that David didn't have time. But at the time, steward Jason didn't consider anything else. He only thought of one thing. The Luce family had once again returned to the mainstream noble circle. This time, the invitation from the Castellan's palace would allow David to come into contact with the noble circle of Harmer City. Steward Jason yearned for the past glory of the Luce family. So when he received the invitation from the Castellan's palace, he was only excited and didn't think about anything else. When steward Jason thought that the Castellan's purpose for hosting the banquet was very likely to be the massacre in Zero City, he immediately regretted it. How could he let David participate in such a dangerous matter? In any case, the Luce family had been far away from the noble circle of Harmer City for a long time. A little more time wouldn't matter. Let's go take a look at the invitation from the Castellan's palace. David decided. There was still one day to attend the banquet. Steward Jason increased the price on the same day and had the tailor speed up the process. He received the formal attire in the afternoon. The rest of the clothes weren't urgent, but the formal attire was needed for the banquet. During the next day, the etiquette teacher Euphemia specially strengthened the etiquette of the banquet for David. At 5 in the afternoon, David called Andrew Knight over and said, "Knight Andrew, let's go to the banquet together." The Castellan's Palace banquet was a very high-standard banquet in Harmer City. Titled nobles would bring along a knight. This was a symbol of status. Knight Andrew was the only knight of the Luce family. David was prepared to bring him along. "Master, riding a horse is beneath your status. Let Knight Andrew drive the alchemy carriage." Steward Jason reminded. "Isn't this a little too high profile? Besides, the Castellan's palace is so close to us." David said in a slight daze. The Castellan's palace was at the end of our street. The entire street was only 3 kilometers long. It wouldn't take long for David to walk there from the villa. The alchemy carriage was indeed too eye-catching. The last time he tried it, it attracted the attention of everyone on the street. "Master, this is the first time in many years that the Luce family has re-entered the noble circle. What you need is a high-profile appearance. This will bring you more friends." Steward Jason explained with a bow. David nodded. He knew that Steward Jason wanted to be good to the Luce family, so he didn't go against Steward Jason's good intentions. "Knight Andrew, thank you for your hard work this time." David said to Andrew with a smile. "Sir Baron, it's my pleasure." Knight Andrew smiled sincerely. The alchemy carriage was pulled out of the villa by 4 white horses. This time it didn't speed up. Knight Andrew specially controlled the speed of the 4 white horses so that they walked on the street at a graceful pace. The floating body of the alchemy carriage once again attracted the attention of the people on the street. There were feelings of envy, surprise, and jealousy. Knight Andrew, on the other hand, enjoyed the attention of the crowd. He sat up straight and maintained the best posture. Along the way, there were many carriages going in the same direction, but compared to David's alchemy carriage, these carriages were very different. It was estimated that only David, who had become a master alchemist, would be so bored as to spend so much money on such an alchemy carriage. Chapter 646. Although Castellan Cager of the Castellan Mansion was only a knight, he had a special status. He represented Earl Bunker to a certain extent in the circle of nobles in Harmer City. Otherwise, even if Castellan Cager was the Castellan of Harmer City, he wouldn't be able to gather all the nobles in the city at once. Count Bunker rarely participated in affairs, and this gave Castellan Cagle a greater right to speak. When they arrived at the entrance of the Castellan Mansion, David immediately saw Captain Marquis as soon as he got off the carriage. This Earth Knight was standing at the entrance of the Castellan Mansion. David was a little surprised. Although he hadn't been in the great world of God for long, he knew how high the status of an Earth Knight was. Every Earth Knight was a knight of the great world of God. A knight was only a nobleman, but with the power of an Earth Knight, every Earth Knight status was almost the same as a true noble. Therefore, it was a little special for Captain Marquis to welcome the guests at the entrance. Usually, the butler would be the one to welcome the guests at the entrance. Knight Andrew had already parked the alchemy carriage at the side and returned to David's side. "Let's go in," David said with a smile. "Captain Marquis, this is our invitation letter." Knight Andrew handed the invitation letter to Captain Marquis. "Baron Arthur, welcome." Captain Marquis was stunned when he saw David. He then greeted him with a smile. He didn't look at the invitation letter. The nobles in Harmer City were very familiar with each other. He knew the name list this time, and he knew that David was also one of the invited nobles. Captain Marquis was surprised by David's strength. He remembered clearly that the last time he saw David, the knight pattern in David's body hadn't stabilized. In just a few days, David had been promoted to an official knight. Although David was an official knight, Captain Marquis didn't take his strength seriously. However, this speed of improvement showed how monstrous David's talent was. Damn Baron Luce, what a waste of talent. He sent such a talented knight to the Interstellar Federation. Fortunately, Baron Luce died early, and Baron Arthur returned at young age. Otherwise, such a talented knight would be wasted. Captain Marquis thought in his mind. David didn't know that old Baron Luce had once again been cursed. He reckoned that every time he displayed a genius in the future, old Baron Luce would be pulled out and cursed once again. Captain Marquis waved his hand to summon his servant. The servant led David and Knight Andrew into the city lord's mansion. In fact, there was no need to lead them. They could see clearly in the city lord's mansion. As soon as they entered the gate, they saw a square. Directly opposite the square was the hall. The lights there were brighter than other places. Even if the sky was still bright, it couldn't hide the light there. The servant led David and Knight Andrew to the entrance of the hall and left. David and Knight Andrew walked into the hall. The hall was very large. It was also the place where the city lord's mansion normally discussed matters. There were 3 rows of 6 alchemy lamps overhead. The reason why they could be recognized as alchemy lamps at a glance was very simple. It was because the brightness of these 6 lamps was so high that the whole hall was brightly lit. Only alchemy lamps that use krypton as energy could produce such brightness. David rarely saw other nobles' houses. At this time, he found that alchemy items were not as rare as he thought. At least the city lord's mansion was using them. David was a master alchemist. Naturally, the first thing he cared about when he came in was the alchemy items. Then, he looked at the guests. It was just that he didn't recognize any of the guests here, but he didn't care. He waved his hand to tell Knight Andrew not to follow him. He took a glass of red wine and found a corner to stand alone. No one here knew David, so he didn't attract other people's attention. The nobles walked into the hall one by one. David used his etiquette teacher Euphemia and his own knowledge of heraldry to determine the identity of the nobles who came in. He carefully looked at the clothes of the first noble. According to the shallow pattern of the coat of arms, he quickly knew the identity of the noble. This seemingly boring action also helped him pass some time. As David was looking, he suddenly heard a young man's voice. "Hey, you've chosen a good place to look at beautiful women." David turned his head and found that the speaker was a young man of about 20 years old. The young man spoke with a smile on his face. David then realized that the noble he was staring at was a beautiful woman. The way he stared made the young man think he was looking at a beautiful woman. David didn't admit or deny. He just said casually, "I'm just passing time." "Are you Baron Arthur? I saw your shadow leopard coat of arms." The young man seemed to be very curious about David and continued. David glanced at the young man's clothes and didn't find any coat of arms. "I'm Arthur. May I know who you are?" Although he didn't see any coat of arms, those who could come to this banquet were at least quasi-nobles. David bowed and introduced himself. "I'm Charlie." Charlie also returned a noble's bow and asked, "May I ask you some questions?" David felt that Charlie's familiarity was very interesting. During his time in the great world of God, he had never seen such an active noble. This reminded him of his friends in the Interstellar Federation. "Yes, but I don't know much. I don't know if I can satisfy you," David said with a smile. "Does the Interstellar Federation really have alchemy items that allow ordinary people to fly alone?" Charlie immediately asked when he saw that David had agreed. David then understood why Charlie had found him. It was because he came from the Interstellar Federation. The Interstellar Federation does have aircraft that allow ordinary people to fly, but it's not an alchemy item. It uses a type of energy engine to fly. When David mentioned energy engine, he realized that the great world of God didn't have such a term, so he could only pronounce it in the Interstellar Federation language. "That's too amazing. I really hope I can get one too," Charlie said with a flash of envy in his eyes. David understood this mentality. In the great world of God, only a sky knight could fly alone. A sky knight could slowly float in the air for a short period of time. At the same time, they could also sign a contract with a second mount, which was usually a flying mount. This way, they could take advantage of flying to a greater extent. As for flying with alchemy items, the biggest problem was the power and control. For example, the alchemy carriage that David made, it wasn't difficult to make it float with the weight of a person. The difficult part was having to add power and control. This way, the alchemy item would be very large. It couldn't be as convenient as the Interstellar Federation's exoskeleton armor and transcendent armor with flight functions. Therefore, flying alone in the great world of God was the privilege of the strong. It was natural that Charlie envied the Interstellar Federation. It's just an exoskeleton armor with flight components. It's nothing good in the Interstellar Federation, David said with a smile. "Then, did you bring one from the Interstellar Federation?" Charlie looked around and asked softly. David hesitated for a moment. He didn't want to lie. In fact, he did bring a few exoskeleton armors, and 3 of them had flight functions. It was just that the great world of God had a rule that no one was allowed to bring products of the Interstellar Federation back to the great world of God from the Interstellar Federation. Although this rule was violated by everyone, and the great world of God also turned a blind eye to it, this matter couldn't be brought up in the open. Every year, the level 3 strengthening potions and some technological items obtained from the Interstellar Federation would flow into the great world of God. Of course, items like the exoskeleton armor and the transcendent armor would have a hard time flowing into the great world of God. On one hand, these equipment couldn't be activated in the great world of God without the armor's identity. On the other hand, these equipment needed to be maintained, and the great world of God couldn't maintain this type of equipment at all. Most importantly, the exoskeleton armor couldn't support the output of the bloodline power. This kind of equipment could only be used for fun on a night, and the transcendent armor was useless without the power of the transcendent. "My God, Baron Arthur, you really brought back an exoskeleton armor with flight capabilities." Charlie's eyes lit up as he exclaimed softly. However, he immediately covered his mouth. He didn't want others to know about this. "That's just my collection." David didn't hide it, as it wasn't a big deal. He was a researcher from the Interstellar Federation. When he returned to the great world of God, the agreement he signed was that he wouldn't impart the knowledge of the Interstellar Federation to the great world of God. As for his personal items, Ambassador Cameron didn't even mention them. "Baron Arthur, can you sell your collection to me?" Charlie approached David and asked softly. David smiled and shook his head. He pointed to the middle of the hall, where Castellan Cager walked over and waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Charlie looked at Castellan Cager with dissatisfaction and didn't say anything. "Distinguished guests, welcome to the banquet." Castellan Cager raised his wine glass and said loudly. The nobles at the side only clapped their hands out of courtesy, and there wasn't much enthusiasm in the atmosphere. Everyone knew that this banquet wasn't an ordinary banquet, so they were waiting for Castellan Cager to continue. "I believe everyone knows about Sorrow City. Harmer City is only 200 kilometers away from Sorrow City. Danger has never been so close to us, especially since the Atkins family was wiped out by the believers of the evil god. This shows that the believers of the evil god are much stronger than before. Therefore, we have to unite and form a night squad to fight against the believers of the evil god," Castellan Cager said in a deep voice. After hearing Castellan Cager's words, the nobles started to discuss. Almost all of the nobles had brought 1 or 2 knights with them. Moreover, the nobles all had bloodline powers, so they were at least trainee knights. In fact, almost everyone in the hall was a knight. Although there were many knights, there weren't many knights who could fight. Trainee knights didn't have any combat power. Although some nobles were official knights, they didn't have any combat experience, so they didn't have much combat power either. It wasn't a problem for them to bully a weak opponent, but it would be a disaster if they encountered an opponent of equal or stronger strength. The knight of an ordinary noble family was either a knight like Andrew, who was adopted from a young age and raised by himself. They weren't willing to hand over their knight to someone else to command them in battle. Moreover, the family knight still needed to protect the family. Without the family knight, how would the family be safe? Of course, it wasn't that no nobles supported Castellan Cager. They also hoped to solve the problem of the believers of the evil god as soon as possible so that they could return to their family castles. All kinds of arguments made the hall extremely chaotic. Castellan Cager seemed to be used to it. After he gave his opinion, he started to talk to some nobles alone. Castellan Cager wasn't in a hurry at all. He knew the nobles very well. With the status of Earl Bunker behind him, it was easy for him to gain the support of the nobles. Earl Bunker's territory occupied half of the land on Dashing Star. The nobles here more or less had business dealings with Earl Bunker. Castellan Cager relied on this to gain the support of many nobles, and he only needed to pay a small price. "Baron Arthur, can you show me the flying exoskeleton armor?" Charlie saw that Castellan Cager had finished his speech, so he pestered David again and asked. "Let's wait for an opportunity," David said perfunctorily. He was thinking about Castellan Cager's words. To be honest, if the Luce family really sent out a knight, they could only send out Knight Andrew. He couldn't let David, a baron, join the knight squad. Although he was an official knight, it wasn't his turn to fight personally. With Andrew Knight's strength, if there was a problem, he would be the first to fall, because he was the weakest knight. Although David helped Andrew change his equipment, it didn't make Andrew Knight any safer. After all, their opponents were the believers of the god of evil with strange means. David still remembered the strange fighting methods of the believers of the god of evil. He reckoned that Andrew Knight wouldn't even be able to fight back. He didn't want Andrew Knight to die in battle. David also noticed Castellan Cager's method. Every time he chatted with a noble, the noble would nod in agreement. He was prepared to wait for Castellan Cager to come over and listen to what Castellan Cager had to say to make the nobles who were against the idea agree with Castellan Cager. When Castellan Cager approached David, he saw Charlie, who was still talking to David. Castellan Cager stopped in his tracks. He didn't chat with David. Instead, he changed his target. Chapter 647. When David returned to the mansion, there was another guest in the alchemy carriage. It was Charlie. "Baron Arthur, where is your residence? Is it far away?" Charlie sat on the alchemy carriage and asked David. David realized that Charlie did not pay attention to the alchemy carriage. Perhaps in Charlie's eyes, the alchemy carriage was just an ordinary carriage. "It's right in front." David pointed at the mansion and said. He brought Charlie back because of the attitude of the Castellan of Cager. The expression of the Castellan of Cager when he saw Charlie made David understand that Charlie's identity was not simple. Of course, the attitude of the Castellan of Kager aside, Charlie's casual attitude towards Baron David was very telling. Charlie's disregard for the alchemy carriage made David feel that Charlie was not an ordinary person. Other than being a little annoying, Charlie was an easy person to get along with. Moreover, he was of the same age as David. Under Charlie's strong request, David brought him back to the mansion. "Baron Arthur, your mansion is not bad, but why don't you use the alchemy lamp? This kind of crystal lamp only looks good, but it's not good for your eyes if you use it for a long time," Charlie said as he walked into the hall. "That's a good idea. I'll install it later." David looked at the crystal lamp and felt that it was indeed the case. If the other nobles in Tough City heard Charlie's words, they would most likely think that Charlie was mocking them because the alchemy lamp was rarely used in Tough City. Tough City was too remote, so it was rare to see alchemy items. David saw the alchemy lamp in the Castellan's mansion, but that was an exception. However, David himself was a master alchemist, so it was easy for him to make a few alchemy lamps. He did not think about this before, but he had an idea after seeing the alchemy lamp in the Castellan's mansion. Now that he heard Charlie's words, he made up his mind. Actually, if you bring back the Interstellar Federation lamp, you can also install that kind of lamp. Charlie saw that David was easy to talk to, so he continued to persuade him. David shook his head and said, "The Interstellar Federation's lamp is easy to make, but we don't have the materials ready. It's a bit troublesome." David's casual words made Charlie look at David with a more probing gaze. Charlie understood the meaning behind David's words. David could use materials from the great world of God to create the Interstellar Federation's lamp. This made Charlie, who yearned for the Interstellar Federation very interested. If it wasn't for the fact that it was too late, he would have chased after David to produce it. "Let me see the exoskeleton armor first." Charlie didn't forget his purpose. "Wait, let me crack the security system first. Otherwise, you won't be able to use it," David said as he took out a space-type exoskeleton armor from his interspatial ring. The space exoskeleton armor did not have much combat power in the atmosphere, but its flying ability was enough to meet Charlie's requirements. Charlie didn't understand what David was talking about, but he knew that David had a way to let him try it out. He was very excited. David unlocked the internal control system of the exoskeleton armor and set it to a state where anyone could use it. Then, he began to explain to Charlie how to use the exoskeleton armor. Luckily, the exoskeleton armor was very easy to operate. He only needed to get used to it, and it wouldn't be a problem to wear it for fun. Charlie was an official knight. Otherwise, David wouldn't have taken out the exoskeleton armor. Without enough strength and vitality, ordinary people couldn't wear the exoskeleton armor at all. Understood. Charlie listened to David's explanation and kept nodding. Until the end of the banquet, the mayor of Kegel did not talk to David about asking the Luce family to send a knight. David guessed that it was because of Charlie, and he felt that he owed Charlie a favor. Therefore, when Charlie wanted to see the exoskeleton armor, David agreed. David didn't know if Charlie really understood or just said it casually. However, when he thought about the first time he came into contact with the exoskeleton armor, he felt that the exoskeleton armor was very simple. He handed the exoskeleton armor to Charlie. Charlie thought about how to operate it and stepped on the exoskeleton armor with both feet. Then, the exoskeleton armor automatically wrapped around Charlie. He curiously looked at the display on the visor. He had received the Interstellar Federation's language education, so he could recognize the display on the visor. However, he couldn't understand the meaning of the display. However, Charlie felt that he didn't need to understand the display. He still remembered how David taught him how to make the exoskeleton armor fly. He tried to use his consciousness to activate the flight option and increase the engine to the maximum. "Don't increase the engine." David heard the sound of the engine erupting and couldn't help but shout. However, he was still too late. Along with the roar of the engine, Charlie's body rose into the air and went all the way up. He broke through the villa's luxurious crystal lights, then broke through the roof and went straight into the sky. David stared blankly at the human-sized hole above the hall and the crystals that kept falling from above. He was extremely regretful. Why did he bring Charlie back? Why did he believe that Charlie could operate the exoskeleton armor? He should have known that with Charlie's character, he wouldn't be reliable. Unlike David, who was annoyed, Charlie was very excited at this moment. He was indeed shocked when he suddenly soared into the sky. However, the exoskeleton armor that was collected by David, even if it was a space exoskeleton armor that wasn't good at fighting in the atmosphere, its defensive ability was not something that could be broken by crashing into a building. After Charlie broke through the roof of the villa's hall and went straight into the sky, he didn't continue to operate the exoskeleton armor. The exoskeleton armor entered automatic flight mode. After flying for a distance, Charlie came back to his senses and followed David's instructions to operate the exoskeleton armor again. This time, he knew that he needed to control the output of the engine. He was also a smart person and quickly mastered the flight of the exoskeleton armor. This wasn't difficult at all. With the help of the built-in optical computer, the flight stability was quite good. After flying in the sky for a few minutes, Charlie finally remembered how he flew into the sky. He couldn't help but feel guilty. He checked his position in the air and found that the exoskeleton armor didn't fly far. It had been flying above Tough City. This was originally set up by David. He didn't want a newbie like Charlie to operate the exoskeleton armor without a trace. He was mainly worried about Charlie's safety. At this moment, Charlie wanted to return to David's villa. He once again controlled the exoskeleton armor to find the right direction and flew towards the villa on the ground. As for how Charlie recognized that it was David's villa, only that villa had a hole in the roof. Just as the exoskeleton armor was flying down, Charlie found that the speed of descent was a little fast. He quickly wanted to decelerate, but in a hurry, he controlled the deceleration to accelerate. As a result, the exoskeleton armor once again opened a hole in the roof of David's villa. The exoskeleton armor fell from the sky into the villa hall. Along with the exoskeleton armor, a large string of crystals fell. Hearing the sound, Steward Jason and Steward Albin raised their eyebrows in distress. The crystal lamp was the most expensive decoration in the villa. "It's okay. Get someone to fix the roof tomorrow. I have my own plans for the lamp. You can leave now," David said helplessly as he waved his hand. David stepped forward and tapped a few times on the exoskeleton armor. He operated the exoskeleton armor from the outside and separated it from Charlie's body. After leaving the exoskeleton armor, Charlie, who was still in shock, looked better. "I'm sorry, Baron Arthur. I'll pay for the damage here." Charlie looked at the damaged roof, the two particularly conspicuous holes, and the expensive crystal lamp. He couldn't help but apologize. "There's no need for compensation. I'll arrange for someone to send you back after you're done playing," David said as he put the exoskeleton armor into the loading box. Charlie wanted to say something, but when he looked at the miserable situation in the hall, he didn't have the nerve to say it out loud. "Night, Andrew. Send the Night Charlie out," David said to the door. "Night Charlie, please." Andrew Knight was also very dissatisfied with Charlie, but because of David's attitude, he couldn't say anything. No one would be happy to see their own villa in such a state. Charlie looked at the exoskeleton armor. His eyes were full of reluctance, but he had no choice. He could only follow Knight Andrew out of the hall. David looked at the situation in the hall. In fact, he wasn't very angry. He was also responsible for this. The exoskeleton armor should have been flown to an open place. He looked at the crystals scattered on the ground. These crystals were very hard. Only a few of them were damaged. Most of them were intact. The cost of repairing the crystal lamp was limited. Compared to the dangerous mission that Knight Andrew was going to take, this price was nothing. "Consider it as repaying Charlie's favor," David said softly. He turned around and went to rest. The next morning, when David came to the hall, he saw a dozen workers installing a new crystal lamp. The damage to the roof was also repaired. "Butler Jason, thank you for your hard work." David saw that the roof was repaired so early. As for the replacement of the crystal lamp, he didn't say anything. There weren't many divine gold coins to begin with. Butler Jason could make the decision. "Master, I didn't invite them. They were sent by the City Lord Mansion." Butler Jason bowed and replied, "Sent by the City Lord Mansion?" David was stunned for a moment. He understood that it must have been arranged by Charlie. Looking at the crystal lamp that was even more luxurious than the original one, David didn't say anything about Charlie's arrangement. He observed the new crystal lamp, calculated the overall data of the crystal lamp, and then analyzed how to modify it. "Butler Jason, look after this place. I'm going to the alchemy room." David had an idea. He said to Butler Jason, took some useless crystals from the side, turned around, and walked to the study. After entering the alchemy room, David took out the crystals and a grade 3 stiletto and cut on the crystal. At this time, his master-level carving ability came in handy. The crystal was cut by the grade 3 stiletto and turned into a lotus. David took out a quill, dipped it in alchemy ink, and drew an illumination pattern on the crystal lotus. Finally, he took out a krypton crystal from his portal ring and embedded it in the middle of the crystal lotus. He moved his mind, and the illumination pattern on the crystal lotus absorbed the energy from the krypton crystal and flowed along the lines of the illumination pattern. The illumination pattern began to shine brighter and brighter. David was very satisfied. This kind of illumination pattern was just a simple pattern for a master alchemist like him. Because it was simple, he made more. After a while, he had 20 finished products in front of him. Of course, the alchemy lamp also had its disadvantages. If it needed to be turned on or off, it needed to be operated by someone with bloodline power or the power of the mind. Otherwise, it could only be turned on or off. This was the main reason why alchemy items couldn't be popularized. On one hand, there were very few alchemists, so alchemy items couldn't satisfy most of the needs. On the other hand, it was troublesome and expensive to activate. Although David made 20 alchemy lamps without much effort, the cost of these alchemy lamps was not low. The cost of the materials alone was more than 20 divine gold coins, and this was under the premise that David was a master alchemist and didn't fail to make these alchemy lamps. If a normal alchemist made some defective products during the process, the cost would increase even more. What did 20 divine gold coins mean? One divine gold coin was enough for a normal family to live for a few years. In fact, divine gold coins wouldn't appear in the hands of normal people because the amount of divine gold coins was too large. Normal people would only use silver coins. David went to the lobby where the installers were finishing up their work. "Steward Jason, here are the 5 alchemy lamps. Tell the workers to install them in those 5 positions." David placed the 5 alchemy lamps in front of Steward Jason and pointed at the 5 positions. Steward Jason asked the workers to install the 5 alchemy lamps in the designated positions. The workers carefully installed them according to the requirements. David saw that the workers had finished their work. With a move of his mind, he instantly activated the alchemy lamp. The alchemy lamp was brighter than the previous one. This made the crystal lamp reflect more brilliantly. Not only did it illuminate the hall like it was daytime, but it also made the crystal lamp above his head shine like countless stars. A smile appeared on Steward Jason's face. It was a smile of joy that the mansion was more luxurious, and also joy that David had mastered alchemy. With alchemy, at least the Luce family would not decline like before in Baron Arthur's generation. Although alchemists were not nobles, their status was much higher than normal nobles. Chapter 648. Master, Knight Charlie is here to visit, Steward Jason reported after sending the installer away. "Let him in." David waved his hand and said. Previously, Abel had some complaints about Charlie's reckless act of destroying the castle. However, after Charlie had sent people to repair the roof of the castle and reinstall a better crystal lamp, he had already made up for his previous mistakes. In addition, David was also responsible for that mistake. David was not worried about giving the exoskeleton armor to someone he was not familiar with, so he naturally had to bear the consequences. "Baron Arthur, are you satisfied with the crystal lamp?" Charlie asked proudly as he walked into the hall. However, as soon as he entered the hall, he saw the crystal lamp with the alchemy lamp. He could not help but be stunned. This was Deimos City. As there was almost no market for alchemy items here, there was basically no exchange of alchemy items in Deimos City. It was not easy to buy a set of alchemy lamps so quickly, If I knew you had prepared alchemy lamps, I would have given you a lamp that matches the alchemy lamp. Charlie said to David, "Don't worry about it. I'm very satisfied with this crystal lamp." David said with a smile, "That's good. Otherwise, I really don't know how to respond. How should I express my apologies?" Charlie saw that David was no longer dissatisfied, so he said with a relaxed mood, "You haven't eaten yet, right? Let's have breakfast together." David changed the topic and invited. Charlie had actually eaten breakfast, but he still wanted to communicate more with David so he could find a chance to make his request, so he agreed to have breakfast. During breakfast, Charlie kept wanting to speak, but David strictly followed the noble etiquette and did not give Charlie a chance to speak. After breakfast, David and Charlie sat in the lounge. David was giving Charlie a chance to make his request. "I also know that it was not easy to bring back an exoskeleton armor that I can use from the Interstellar Federation, so I hope you can wait for a few more days. I will exchange an item of the same value for the exoskeleton armor." Charlie made his request with a bit of nervousness. He didn't propose an immediate trade because he didn't have anything with the same value as the exoskeleton armor. Although the exoskeleton armor was nothing special in the Interstellar Federation, this was the great world of God. The value of the exoskeleton armor could not be measured by the value of the Interstellar Federation. After Charlie went back yesterday, he missed the feeling of flying with the exoskeleton armor very much. Although he couldn't fly out of Damon City due to the limitations of the exoskeleton armor, the feeling of flying that only Sky Knight could enjoy was wonderful. That night, he couldn't sleep at all. That night, he went to Castellan Cager to find a worker to paint the roof. As for the crystal lamp, he found a spare one in the City Lord's mansion. Even the installation workers were from the City Lord's mansion. "I will consider it." David didn't immediately agree to Charlie's request. David guessed that Charlie's identity was not ordinary. Plus, the exoskeleton armor was no longer useful to him, so there was not much meaning in keeping it with him. It was better to be on good terms with Charlie and see if he could exchange it for something good. Charlie took out a communication circle from his portal ring and gave it to David. "That's great. I have a set of communication circles here. Please accept it. You can contact me through it in the future." David took the communication circle. He had seen the great world of God's communication circle before. He could even make one. However, the value of the communication circle did not lie in the circle itself, but in the contact recorded in the circle. A communication formation without the contact information was simply a useless formation. Normally, people who had a communication formation wouldn't casually give out their contact information to others. Charlie wanted to be able to contact David at any time, so he directly gave a communication circle with his contact information recorded in it to David. Castellan Cager looked at the 26 knights. They were the official knights that he had gathered from Damon City. A banquet had allowed him to gain the support of many nobles. Although he had borrowed Count Bunker's power, it also showed his means. Although there were more than 26 noble families in Damon City, there were not many noble families that could send out an official knight. Among the 26 knights, there were 6 knights from the Castellan's mansion. Of course, the number of real knights in Harmor City was not limited to this. The heads of nobles were usually official knights, but these knights with titles were not allowed to participate in this. "Knights, you will be led by Captain Marquis to form a mobile troop. You will be dispatched to support the castle outside the city at any time. For this, I have applied for a star-flying ship from the Count to support our rapid movement." Castellan Cager said in a deep voice. Among the knights below, there were only a few knights with fighting spirit in their eyes. Most of the knights just wanted to go through the motions. Therefore, their reactions were very calm. They just maintained the standard standing posture of a knight. Castellan Cager was prepared for this, so he continued, "The evil God believers killed this time will be distributed according to their contributions. The Castellan's mansion will definitely not take this merit." When they heard that the merit would be distributed, the eyes of the knights lit up. The knights here were basically knights from noble families. They were knights that were raised by noble families since they were young. Some of them had the family's bloodline, while some were adopted from declining nobles. However, no matter what, the knights here did not have the right to inherit nobles. If a knight wanted to obtain a title, the only way was to obtain merit. There were not many ways to obtain merit in the great world of God because the management of titles was very strict. This made the awarding of merit very cautious. Generally speaking, the battle star was the best place to obtain title. However, a knight who could go to the battle star needed to have great talent and strength, as well as a strong background. Without great talent and strength, one would only die on the battle star. Similarly, one would not be able to go to the battle star without a strong background. The battle star was more like a place for talented knights to earn merit. Ordinary knights were not qualified to earn merit on the battle star. Through the training of the battle star, the nobles could ensure that the newly obtained knights were the elites among the knights. This allowed the nobles to always have the best fresh blood. For example, if the knights here wanted to obtain merit, they had to complete the missions given by the great world of God. Killing the evil God believers was one of the missions. However, under normal circumstances, Castellan Cager would be the one leading this mission, so the merit would also be awarded to him. In order to make the knights more motivated, Castellan Cager gave out the merit as a reward. This immediately filled the knights with fighting spirit. While Castellan Cager was speaking, Captain Marquis received a piece of information and passed it to Castellan Cager after skimming through it. Knights, it's time for you to earn merit. An informant discovered the appearance of evil God believers in Sang Town. Captain Marquis will lead you to reinforce them. Castellan Cager announced in a deep voice. This time, the knights were very excited. They all showed their desire for battle. 26 official knights and Captain Marquis, an Earth Knight. Once they formed a knight formation, they could easily defeat multiple Earth Knights. With this kind of strength, these knights did not have to worry about failure. They only had to think about how to earn merit. Let's go. Captain Marquis waved his hand and said. The starship stopped in the backyard of the Castellan's mansion. Captain Marquis led the knights onto the starship and flew towards Sang Town. I hope we can solve the problem of the evil God believers this time. Castellan Cager mumbled to himself as he watched the knights leave. The reason he formed this knight formation was to calm the people down. Castellan Cager knew more about the evil God believers' recent movements than the nobles in Tough City. He knew that there would not be any Earth Knight or higher-level reinforcements to deal with the evil God believers for at least 10 days. Therefore, he had to think of a way to deal with the evil God believers during this time. An official knight would not be able to fight against a level 3 evil God believer alone. However, if there were many official knights forming a knight formation, they would be able to fight against the evil God believer. If there were more official knights, they would be able to defeat or even kill the level 3 evil God believer. There were very few knights in the noble families. 1 or 2 knights forming a formation would not be very effective. Only by combining all the knights in the noble families would they be able to unleash the greatest effect. Castellan Cager did not want any nobles to be killed in Tough City that he was in charge of. After all, as long as he managed Tough City well, he would be able to obtain the corresponding merit after his term ended. This merit would be enough for him to exchange for the lowest rank of lord. By then, he would be a true noble and would no longer be a knight, which was a semi-noble status. However, if a noble was killed in Tough City, Castellan Cager's merit would be greatly reduced. In the end, it would be a problem whether he would be able to obtain enough merit to exchange for the rank of lord. Castellan Cager would definitely not allow this to happen. Therefore, he organized this banquet and formed this knight formation with 26 official knights. Sang Town had a population of about 5,000. It was a medium-sized town. Since it was the noon break, there were many people in the market in the center of the town. A skinny figure wearing a black cloak and a hood was walking in the market. In this person's hand, a small knife was constantly rolling between his fingers. It was as flexible as his fingers. This person took the opportunity to unintentionally turn his body sideways. Under the hood, his eyes glanced at a figure more than 20 meters behind him. A mocking expression appeared on his face. As a follower of the God of Shadow, he had the ability to track, hide, and assassinate. He had already seen the spy who was following him. In fact, if he did not intentionally let the spy follow him, the spy would not have been able to find him. The god of shadow was deemed as an evil god by the great world of God. The followers of the god of shadow were the best assassins. The follower of the god of shadow suddenly raised his head. In the distant sky, a starship vaguely appeared. It's finally here. The follower of the god of shadow was delighted. He took out a bottle and threw it on the ground. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared in a corner. The black bottle spun a few times in the air and smashed on the ground. The bottle instantly shattered, and a black mist spread out. "What is this?" Someone saw the black mist and couldn't help but exclaim. The people close to the black mist were not so lucky. They directly inhaled the black mist. Instantly, their eyes turned blood red. Their consciousness was eroded by the black mist and was replaced by beast-like instincts. They growled and pounced on the panicked people with bloodshot eyes. Some people did not have time to react and were pushed to the ground. With a scream, a wound was bitten open on the neck. Blood flowed out of the wound. But soon, the blood from the wound became darker and darker. That person got up from the ground and let out a roar. He chased after the person who was running away in fear. Soon, the entire town was in chaos. Many people were bitten and their eyes turned blood red. The starry sky flying ship descended, and Captain Marquis led the 26 knights off the starry sky flying ship. What he saw was a chaotic scene. It's zombie poison. Kill everyone with red eyes. Captain Marquis knew what was going on and immediately gave the order. Those who had been poisoned by zombies were not completely hopeless. However, these knights had no way to cure them. Unless they knocked all the people who had been poisoned by zombies out and sent them to the Immortal Palace where there were Earth Knight-level immortal priests, they might have a chance to recover. But these knights were here to kill the followers of the god of evil. How could they go back now? Plus, the City Lord's mansion would not waste precious potions for some civilians. So, the best way was to kill the people who were poisoned. The knight did not waste any time. They immediately put on their armor and took out their weapons. Then, they got on their war horses and rushed towards the people who were chasing after the civilians with red eyes. With the strength of the 26th Knight, killing a few poisoned people was a simple matter. But the number of poisoned people was very high, and there seemed to be more coming. There were already more than 30 poisoned people killed, but the number of people with red eyes in the market did not decrease. Instead, there were more and more of them. Split into 2 teams and check the market. Find the followers of the god of evil. Captain Marquis ordered in a deep voice. The 2 groups of 6 immediately spurred their horses in 2 different directions. The 12 knights in these 2 groups of 6 were the strongest of the 26 knights. They no longer cared about the poisoned people with red eyes. Instead, they looked for the culprit. After a team of knight rode past an alley, a hooded head stuck out of the alley. It was the follower of the god of shadow. His mission today was to stall these knights so that they could not leave in a short time. Chapter 649. David was in the alchemy room, holding a quill in his hand as he drew a pattern on a crystal. Suddenly, the strokes in his hand stopped, and cracks appeared on the crystal. Looking at the broken crystal in his hand, David felt that it was a pity. He had exchanged a lot of crystals this time, and he planned to use them to make some alchemy gadgets to practice his drawing ability. However, the explosion of alchemy energy just now affected the master alchemy pattern in his soul fortress. The master alchemy pattern in his soul fortress was very sensitive to alchemy energy, and David was working wholeheartedly. The sudden explosion of alchemy energy affected his control of the alchemy pattern, and he couldn't continue with his drawing. One had to know that the alchemy pattern needed to cooperate with the alchemy pattern. Once there was a problem with the alchemy pattern, the drawing couldn't continue. David's mind entered the shadow attendant's body, and the shadow attendant went through the wall and soared into the sky. From 100 meters away, he looked around the city through the shadow attendant's eyes. David also found the source of the alchemy energy. It was located at 6 points outside the inner city, and it just so happened to surround the entire inner city. Someone set up an alchemy circle. David understood what had happened through the alchemy knowledge in his memory. However, it was extremely difficult to set up such a large-scale alchemy circle. Who could set up an alchemy circle that covered the entire inner city? It wasn't that David looked down on Castellan Cagle, but with the strength that Castellan Cagle had shown and the situation of the Castellan mansion that David had seen during the banquet, there was no way that he could set up such a huge alchemy circle. One had to know that setting up such an alchemy circle required many people with powerful spiritual talent to do it at the same time. Not to mention the Castellan mansion, it would be hard to find a few people with powerful spiritual talent in the entire sturdy city. Since it wasn't the Castellan mansion, then it was most likely an evil god's follower. Steward Jason, Steward Albin, Knight Andrew, come over immediately. When David thought of this possibility, he immediately pushed open the door of the alchemy room and shouted as soon as he returned to the study. Soon, Steward Jason, Steward Albin, and Knight Andrew all rushed over. Steward Albin, you're responsible for bringing all the servants into the safe house. Steward Jason, you're responsible for preparing the food. Knight Andrew, you're responsible for everyone's safety. David ordered without waiting for them to salute. Yes, although they didn't know what had happened, the three of them could see that David's expression was solemn, so they agreed without asking. David didn't explain anything. If his judgment was wrong, he would just treat it as a safety drill. But if his judgment was right, then it wouldn't matter even if they knew. It was better not to know. David had no intention of being a hero. His current strength was at a low point, and with his current identity as Baron Arthur, there were many combat abilities that he could not use, which limited his combat strength. He didn't want to go out rashly without knowing the strength of the enemy. Steward Albin was very familiar with the villa's environment, and the servants were also well trained. After receiving the order, no one made a sound, and they all ran into the safe house. The safe house needed to be entered from a hidden entrance in the basement. It was 10 meters underground. Because of the special tunnel design, there was no need to worry about gas like poisonous fog seeping into the basement. In addition, if it was deep enough, it could also block mental scans to a certain extent. This design was very common in aristocratic buildings, but the hidden location was different. Some aristocrats would even build a secret tunnel under the building to the outside of the city. That was the real escape route, but very few aristocrats could afford to do so. David also entered the safe house. It was designed to accommodate up to 50 people. In reality, there were only 25 people in the villa, so it was not crowded after entering. Lord Baron, after seeing David enter the safe house, all the servants bowed and saluted in unison. Their eyes were full of gratitude. Although they didn't know what had happened, they were touched that David was willing to open the safe house for them when they were in danger. Every safe house was a family's secret, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Therefore, most aristocrats would only bring their trusted subordinates into the safe house when danger came, and they wouldn't care about the lives of the servants. David waved for everyone to be quiet, and then said, "Sit down and don't make a sound. I don't know who used an alchemy circle to seal the inner city, but as long as we hide here, there won't be any danger. Master, there's enough food for everyone here for 5 days." Steward Jason reported to David softly. Very good. David nodded and smiled. He still had a lot of food in his spatial ring, and the shadow attendant could move freely within 100 meters. The villa's food storage was within this range. If he needed more food, he could get more from the food storage at any time. No one in the safe house spoke again. David's mind returned to the shadow attendant's body. He was observing what had happened. The inner city streets were in chaos, and a skeleton knight was marching on the street. The skeleton horse's body was covered in horse armor, and the skeleton knight's entire body was covered in armor except for his face. The only face that was exposed was the skull. The blue flames in the skeleton knight's eyes made everyone who saw it feel like their soul was trembling. Behind the skeleton knight, for people wearing hooded robes that covered their faces were walking on the street. The people who lived on this street were all aristocrats, and they immediately knew the identity of the four people. Only the followers of the evil god would be with the skeleton knight. The people on the street immediately fled in all directions. Fortunately, the 4 followers of the evil god didn't want to attack ordinary people, or maybe they didn't want to waste time on them. The 4 followers of the evil god had a very clear goal. Their target was the city lord's mansion. Although the 4 followers of the evil god didn't have any mounts, they were extremely fast. The city lord's mansion was right in front of them. The city lord of Kegel rode on his warhorse and sped up in the hallway of the city lord's mansion. He didn't care about the precious decorations at all. Some of the antiques in the hallway were knocked down by the warhorse and fell to the ground. Usually, the city lord would be heartbroken. However, he ignored these antiques today. Just a moment ago, the city lord's mansion's watchtower sent an alarm that someone had invaded the inner city. The city lord of Kegel immediately took out the communication circle, but he realized that he couldn't contact Captain Marquis through the communication circle. He couldn't summon the 26 knights that formed the Knight Squad. He knew that the appearance of the followers of the evil god in Sang Town was probably just a bait to lure the Knight Squad away from Tough Mo City. Without the Knight Squad and Captain Marquis in Tough Mo City, the city's defense was greatly reduced. Even if the city lord of Kegel wanted to summon the rest of the Knight Squad, he couldn't do it. Every noble family had to consider their own safety. They definitely wouldn't send out their last combat force at a time like this. Even if it was the only way to defeat the enemy, they wouldn't do it. This was because all the noble families had their own safe houses. The Knight Squad of the noble families wouldn't risk their lives until the last moment. Since he couldn't contact Captain Marquis, the city lord of Kegel immediately summoned his warhorse. His goal was to protect Charlie. Everyone here could die, including the city lord of Kegel. However, nothing must happen to Charlie. If something happened to Charlie, not only the city lord of Kegel, but even Earl Bunker wouldn't be able to bear the ensuing anger. Master Charlie, I'm sorry. The city lord of Kegel rode his warhorse to the door of Charlie's room. As he spoke, he knocked open the heavy wooden door. What happened? Charlie, who was sitting at the table and reading a book, was shocked when he saw the city lord of Kegel barging in. Master Charlie, a believer of the evil god, has entered the inner city. You must hide. The city lord of Kegel said in a deep voice. I'm a knight. I'll fight by your side. Charlie's eyes lit up as he said loudly. The strength of the believer of the evil god is far greater than the city lord's mansion. For your safety, you must enter the safe house. The city lord of Kegel said anxiously. I'm not afraid of death. Charlie said hot-bloodedly. I'm sorry. The city lord of Kegel knew there was no time to persuade Charlie anymore. He reached out his hand and grabbed Charlie. He was an Earth Knight. Charlie wasn't prepared for this sudden attack. He grabbed Charlie's shoulder and pressed him in front of his warhorse. The city lord of Kegel turned his warhorse around and headed towards the secret safe house. There were 3 safe houses in the city lord's mansion. The safe house in the stable was the safest. It was designed with a slide that could only be used by one person. After sliding in, it would automatically close. The city lord of Kegel didn't care about Charlie's struggle. He threw Charlie into the tunnel. Although Charlie was also a knight, he could only slide down the slide after entering the tunnel. He couldn't maintain his balance at all. After Charlie slid through a mechanism at the entrance of the tunnel, the slide began to close. When he landed in a net, he saw the situation around him. This safe house wasn't small. It had a complete set of facilities. There were piles of food and water beside the wall. Charlie came down from the net and sat down in front of the table. He saw a magic circle set up on the table. It was a surveillance magic circle. He activated it with his bloodline power, and the situation on the ground appeared on the surveillance magic circle. The surveillance magic circle was used to look down from the watchtower. It could see the overall situation of the city lord's mansion. Charlie saw the skeleton knight and the 4 black-robed men. City lord of Kegel, hand Charlie over, and we will leave immediately. We won't hurt anyone in the city. The leader of the black-robed men said with a hoarse voice. Charlie heard the black-robed men's words through the surveillance magic circle. He couldn't help but be shocked. The news of him coming out was very secretive. He sneaked out from his home. His home had arranged an aristocratic ball. He overheard that the aristocrat of all would choose a suitable wife for him. This was unacceptable to him, as he wanted to have a romantic relationship. Therefore, Charlie sneaked out from his home. In order to not let his home find him easily, he chose to come to the remote dashing star. Of course, Charlie didn't think that he could really escape from his home. He only wanted to use this opportunity to have some fun and threaten his home. However, he didn't expect that the believers of the evil god would find out about him sneaking out and track him here. I don't know what you're talking about. I only know that the believers of the evil god deserve to die. The city lord of Kegel replied loudly. He waved his hand and ordered the 50 guards behind him. Get into formation and prepare for battle. The city lord of Kegel's heart turned cold. He didn't expect the believers of the evil god to have 4 level 3 combatants. Even if the knight's combat power was stronger, he could only block 2 level 3 believers at most. How could he rely on the 50 guards behind him to block the remaining 2 believers of the evil god? Although the 50 guards were fully armed, they had no choice but to be sent out. The city lord of Kegel's mansion had already sent out the knight, and these were the only combatants left. The 50 guards might not even be able to block a single charge from the skeleton knight beside the believers of the evil god, but the city lord of Kegel didn't have any other choice. Do you really think that we can't find Charlie? We have made sufficient preparations for this operation. The black-robed man summoned an ugly puppy as he spoke. When the city lord of Kegel saw this ugly puppy, a hint of panic flashed across his eyes. This was a tracking dog. Although it was ugly, it was a transcendent creature. It had the innate ability to track down transcendent beings. If you want to find Charlie, you will have to defeat me. The city lord of Kegel's warhorse let out a soft neigh. A level 3 sword appeared in his hand as he spoke in a deep voice. He was ready to charge forward and kill the city lord of Kegel before the tracking skill was activated. However, the 4 black-robed believers were already prepared. One of them waved his hand, and a thick ice wall appeared in front of the city lord of Kegel. I will leave the city lord of Kegel to you guys. I will go and capture Charlie. The leader of the group said to the other 3 believers. No problem, leave it to us. One of the believers replied confidently. A white light flashed on the city lord of Kegel's body, and an armor formed by the power of the bloodline appeared on his body. At the same time, the level 3 sword in his hand was also enveloped by the power of the bloodline. The city lord of Kegel no longer had any thoughts of preserving his strength. He frantically activated the power of the bloodline and prepared to end the battle as soon as possible. The city lord of Kegel didn't want to drag the battle on until Charlie was captured. If that happened, he would rather die in battle. After knowing Charlie's identity, the city lord of Kegel was worried about Charlie's safety. Fortunately, Charlie was a knight, and he was in a big city like Sturdy City. With his protection, the city lord of Kegel didn't have to worry about Charlie's safety. The city lord of Kegel established the knight squad to protect Charlie. However, he didn't expect Charlie to be transferred away from Sturdy City by the believers of the evil god. Chapter 650. As a matter of fact, if the communication circle was not blocked, the night battle team will be able to rush back in no time with a galactic flying ship. That was why the mayor of Kager City allowed the night battle team to go out on a mission. The galactic flying ship gave the night battle team a lot of flexibility. Kill! The mayor of Kager City shouted. His warhorse sped up and charged toward a black-robed believer of the evil god. A round shield appeared in his left hand. He did not dare to be careless when facing an evil god believer of the same level. The 3 evil god believers did not reveal their identities, so the mayor of Kager City did not know what abilities they were good at. However, he knew where the advantage of the night battle team lay. As long as he could get close to the night battle team, the Earth Knight battle team would definitely be stronger than the evil god believers. Charge! The death god believer, Huggins, ordered the skeleton knight battle team beside him. He used the lives of 30,000 people in Sorrow City and an official knight to create this skeleton knight battle team so that it could be of use at a time like this. When the skeleton knight battle team heard the order, blue flames danced in its eyes. The skeleton warhorse beneath it suddenly sped up and charged towards the mayor of Kager City. Just as the Skeleton Knight battle team was charging, another evil god believer waved his hand, and a suit of ice armor appeared on the Skeleton Knight battle team. The third evil god believer pointed at the mayor of Kager City and said, "Slow down and weaken." Two rays of black light landed on the mayor of Kager City before the Skeleton Knight battle team. However, the two curses were blocked by the blood power armor on the mayor of Kager City, and their power was greatly reduced. The mayor of Kager City felt that his speed had decreased a little, and his physique had also weakened a little. However, this was still within his acceptable range. Moreover, the effect of the curse would not last long and would disappear in 2 seconds at most. Boom! The weakened mayor of Kager City and the Skeleton Knight battle team collided with each other. When a level 3 heavy sword in the hands of Castellan collided with the Skeleton Knight, he still had the strength to slash at the Skeleton Knight. This showed how big the difference between the two of them was. However, the ice armor was also out of Castellan Cager's expectations. Although the sword broke the ice armor, it only left a crack on the knight's armor. If the Skeleton Knight was an ordinary knight, this attack would have caused great damage to the knight's internal organs. However, the Skeleton Knight did not have any internal organs, so it did not have much impact. After the Skeleton Knight took the hit, the level 2 heavy sword in his hand pierced towards the Castellan of Kegel. The Castellan of Kegel retaliated, and the 3 black-cloaked, evil god believers attacked him with all sorts of ranged attacks. This was the battle strategy that the followers of the evil god had prepared. They knew very well how powerful an Earth Knight who could become the city lord of a big city was, so they chose the safest way. With the Skeleton Knight holding back the Castellan of Kegel while the 3 followers of the evil god stayed at the side, they could at least delay until they caught Charlie. Although they could definitely defeat the Castellan of Kegel if they went all out, that kind of battle would most likely cause them to be injured. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they would not fight like that. They came here with the hope of becoming stronger, and they were not lunatics who were ready to die. As long as Charlie was caught, they would have the possibility of becoming stronger. Charlie saw the situation that the Castellan of Kegel encountered through the monitoring circle. Through the short battle, just now, he also knew how powerful the 4 followers of the evil god were. The appearance of the 4 level 3 followers of the evil god made him feel extremely hopeless. Especially after seeing the trace of the tracking dog, Charlie knew that the safe house was no longer safe. Charlie saw the follower of the evil god walking towards his room and knew that he would not be able to escape this time. Someone in the Castellan's mansion told the follower of the evil god where he lived. As long as the follower of the evil god found any items that he used in the room, the tracking dog would be able to find his location. Even if Charlie left the safe house, he would not be able to escape the tracking dog's tracking because the tracking dog was extremely fast. Moreover, the follower of the evil god was more powerful than him, so escaping was a luxury. Charlie regretted leaving the house on his own. If he left the house normally, his family would have arranged for many knights to follow him. The weakest knight was an Earth Knight. He took out the communication circle from his space ring and wanted to use it to contact his family. Charlie placed the communication circle in front of him and activated it using his bloodline power. The runes on the circle flashed. He realized that the communication circle in his house could not be connected. The only thing that could be connected was the communication circle that he had just given to Baron Arthur. Fear, disappointment, and worry made Charlie depressed. He thought about how sad his parents would be after his death and thought about the tears of his sister and sister. Charlie wanted to apologize to his parents. He knew very well that he was the target of the 4 level 3 evil god followers. He wanted to leave some words for his family before he died. Thinking of this, he activated the communication circle that connected to Baron Arthur. David wasn't as worried as before when he saw the 4 followers of the evil god. The strength of the 4 evil god followers did not make him afraid. They were only level 3 evil god followers. This kind of strength was not enough to threaten his safety. If the 4 evil god followers dared to attack the Luce family's mansion, he would give them a heavy blow. Previously, David was still worried about the appearance of level 4 evil god followers. Now it seemed that he was overthinking. There were not many level 4 evil god followers in the great world of God. Everyone rest. Don't worry. The evil god followers that entered the inner city are not that strong. David saw that the atmosphere in the safe house was a little tense, so he smiled and comforted them. Although they did not understand how David knew the strength of the evil god followers outside, the atmosphere in the safe house relaxed a little after hearing David's words. At this moment, David felt some movement in the space ring. He scanned the space ring with his consciousness and realized that it was the communication circle that Charlie gave him. Something happened to Charlie. That was David's first thought. The 4 evil god followers were heading in the direction of the Castellan mansion. However, David knew how powerful the Castellan mansion was. The Castellan mansion was formed by 26 official knights, and there were 2 Earth knights, including the Castellan of Cager. How could such strength put Charlie in danger? David activated the communication circle in confusion. Is this Knight Charlie? David heard sobbing from the communication circle and could not help but ask. It's me, Baron Arthur. I'm sorry to disturb you at this time. Charlie said softly. Knight Charlie, are you all right? David asked with concern. I'm fine for now, but the evil god followers will find me soon. I have something to ask for your help. Charlie's emotions had stabilized, and his voice was much calmer. Do you need me to go over and help you? David asked after thinking for a while. No need. The 4 level 3 evil god followers are coming. It's too dangerous for you to come over. Just help me pass a message to my parents and tell them that I've disappointed them. I'll leave a letter under the bedboard in the safe house under the Castellan mansion stable. Please help me pass the letter to my parents. Charlie immediately replied. David did not expect Charlie to not let him take the risk at this time. He only wanted him to leave a message to his parents. From this, he could see Charlie's character. Wait for me. I'll go over and find you. I hope you can talk to your parents yourself, David said with a smile. Then, he disconnected the communication circle and stood up. Master, please be careful. Steward Jason stood aside. He knew what had happened, but he did not persuade David. He just bowed and begged. Don't worry, I won't joke with my life, David said with a smile. Baron, I'll go with you. Knight Andrew patted his chest heavily and bowed like a knight. You should stay. The evil god followers are not strong. My safety will not be a problem, David said as he patted Knight Andrew's shoulder. He opened the door of the safe house and returned to the basement. After coming out of the basement, he immediately summoned the warhorse that he had not signed a contract with. David's own Knight warhorse was still in its infancy. He used the power of blood many times a day to massage it. It would not be able to fight in a short period of time. This warhorse had a horse armor. If it was not a knight, it would not be able to see the difference. David's spirit entered the space ring, and a set of knight armor appeared on his body. It was the 3rd grade knight armor from his family's treasury. He did not intend to use non-knight means to fight, so he had to act more like a knight. He also hung a portal bag next to the saddle of the warhorse. This was an equipment portal bag. It was a knight's portal bag to store their weapons. David urged the warhorse. Although the warhorse had not signed a contract with him, it had been with him for a long time. There was some tacit understanding between them. In the quiet street, the sound of the warhorse's hooves was very obvious. It was only a few kilometers away. David could already see the wide, open gate of the city's palace. Before the warhorse entered the gate, the shadow attendant flew in first. David knew what this meant. Many people had died inside. Otherwise, the shadow attendant would not be so active. As expected, he sensed that the shadow attendant had absorbed the energy of dozens of souls. These souls were very weak, so he knew that they were the souls of ordinary people. After the warhorse rushed into the gate, David saw the ground full of corpses. These were the corpses of the city's guards. David also saw the 2 parties that were fighting. On one side were 3 black-robed, evil god's followers and a skeleton knight. On the other side was the mayor of Cager. Castellan Cagel's body was covered in wounds from ice and fire. His warhorse was also extremely weak. This was the result of Castellan Cagel's injuries being shared by his warhorse. Mayor of Cager, I'm here to help you." Since David was here, he was ready to do a big favor. He touched the portal bag beside the saddle, and a level 3 knight short spear appeared in his hand. The reason why David chose the short spear as his weapon was because he had the throwing technique. Although he was only proficient at 96%, it was enough for a normal battle. On the other hand, it was because his body couldn't withstand his own strength. The advantage of the throwing spell was that after David exerted his strength, he would only be injured once. Due to the recoil from the collision between the weapon and the target, his body would not be injured a second time. David's strength was too strong. When he exerted his full strength, his muscles and skin were in a state of cracking. Luckily, he was now an official knight, and his constitution was constantly improving. This made his injuries much lighter than before. In addition, with the vitality of the battle angel skeleton, the damage from the throwing spell was not serious. When the mayor of Kager heard the voice, he was delighted. However, when he saw that it was Baron Arthur, the joy in his heart disappeared. The mayor of Kager thought that David did not see the strength of the 3 evil gods' followers, so he quickly reminded him, "Baron Arthur, leave quickly. It's too dangerous here." Just as he was reminding David, David and one of the evil gods' followers were already within the attack range of the short spear. David yelled and activated the special strength increasing device according to the throwing spell technique. At the same time, he activated the Titan strength, which made his strength reach a terrifying level of 2 million kilograms. The 3 evil gods' followers were not nervous about David's arrival. They thought that David was just a reckless young knight. The evil gods' followers could clearly see David's true strength. An official knight was nothing to a level 3 evil gods' follower, and they could easily crush him. Therefore, when David charged forward, they were not too concerned. When they saw David preparing to throw the short spear, one of the evil gods' followers waved his hand and created an ice wall in front of David, blocking his path. David did not stop his throwing spell, and the level 3 short spear flew out of his hand. Because of this explosion of strength, the muscles on his arm ruptured. When he felt the pain, a surge of vitality gushed out from his bones and repaired the ruptured muscles on his arm. After leaving David's hand, the rank 3 short spear seemed to have hit an air wall. A white ripple appeared in the air, and the rank 3 short spear pierced through the ripple. After that, the level 3 short spear first came into contact with the ice wall at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. The ice wall that could withstand a strike from Castellan Cargel was instantly pierced through. The level 3 short spear did not even slow down as it continued to fly towards the evil god's follower. Although the evil god's follower was shocked by the short spear's momentum, he did not panic. He immediately activated his life-saving item, and an energy shield appeared on his body. It was an energy shield magic talisman. It was a passive defensive talisman, and it was a life-saving talisman that could not be bought on the market. However, the energy shield was unable to block the rank 3 short spear. The sharpness of a rank 3 weapon naturally had an extremely strong destructive power against energy shields. In addition to its ridiculous strength, the rank 3 short spear left a visible wound on the body of the believer after it pierced through the energy shield. Chapter 651. Although the rank 3 short spear had pierced through the believer's body, David knew that the believer was still alive. That was because the shadow attendant did not take the initiative to absorb soul energy. However, he did not attack the believer who was lying on the ground. Instead, he touched the space bag beside his saddle with his right hand, and another rank 3 short spear appeared in his hand. David did not pause at all as he threw out another rank 3 short spear. This time, his target was the believer of the god of death, Huggins. The believer of the god of death, Huggins, felt a dense killing intent enveloping his body. He knew that he had been targeted by this new knight. He was no longer as relaxed as before. His comrade was shot down by David's rank 3 short spear. This proved that David was very strong when it came to using short spears. Huggins had no intention of using his own body to test the might of David's rank 3 short spear. The believer of the god of death, Huggins, waved his hand, and 2 skeletons appeared before him. These 2 skeletons had thick bones, and they each held a rank 2 shield in their hands. It was not that the believer of the god of death, Huggins, did not want to equip these 2 skeletons with better defensive shields. However, due to his identity, it was very difficult for him to obtain rank materials. He could only rely on robbing others to obtain rank materials or weapons. The number of rank weapons in the hands of the believer of the god of death was extremely limited. Of course, the majority of the believers of the god of death did not rely on rank weapons. This was because very few believers of the god of death were proficient in close combat. The 2 skeletons stood in front of the believer of the god of death, blocking the distance between David and the believer of the god of death. The rank 3 short spear created a ripple in the air. It broke through the ripple and struck the shield in the hands of the first skeleton. The rank 2 shield was broken through without any resistance. The rank 3 short spear broke 2 of the sternum of the first skeleton and struck the shield in the hands of the second skeleton. Similarly, a hole appeared on the rank 2 shield. The believer of the god of death, Huggins, felt a tremendous force slamming into his body. His defensive barrier was instantly broken apart. Next, his body was sent flying backwards by the tremendous force. He felt something piercing through his body, taking away a portion of his internal organs. When the believer of the god of death, Huggins, fell to the ground, he heard a bone-chilling explosion. That was the sound of the rank 3 short spear piercing through the air. It only reached the believer of the god of death, Huggins, a little later than the rank 3 short spear. He knew that it was extremely dangerous at the moment of life and death. The injuries on his body would definitely be fatal to others, but to him, who believed in the god of death, it was only a serious injury. As long as he could escape from here, he could still slowly recover. In the blink of an eye, the death god believer Huggins made a decision. His aura suddenly disappeared. Soon after, the skeleton knight that was fighting with the city lord of Kager shattered into a pile of broken bones. The soul flame also dissipated. The 2 large shield-wielding skeletons that had been standing in front of the death god believer, Huggins, turned into broken bones and fell to the ground. Baron Arthur, please help protect Charlie. He is at the stable. After the city lord of Kager's opponent fell to the ground, he finally recovered and loudly requested. While speaking, the city lord of Kager ignored the injuries on his body and charged towards the remaining believer of the evil god. He wanted to use this method to stall the believer of the evil god so that David could have a better time to act. The city lord of Kager's mind was very clear. After seeing David attack twice, he understood that although David was only an official knight, with his throwing technique, David's combat strength was much stronger than the city lord of Kager, who was heavily injured. In this kind of situation, in order to better protect Charlie's life, of course, he would let the stronger David help Charlie. "All right," David replied in a deep voice. He patted his warhorse, and the warhorse charged towards the death god believer, Huggins. The death god believer, Huggins, would never have thought that even though he had faked his death, David would still not let him go. How could the death god believer, Huggins, know that David did not use his eyes or aura to determine whether an enemy was dead or not? Instead, he used the soul energy absorbed by the shadow attendant. David had shot down 2 believers of the evil god, but did not absorb any soul energy. How could he possibly think that the believer of the evil god was dead? In order to make his fake death more realistic, the death god believer, Huggins, had removed all of his defensive measures and collapsed to the ground. Although the warhorse David was riding was not a contracted warhorse, this warhorse was still a real warhorse that had been nurtured by a knight's bloodline power for many years. Although the control of this warhorse might not be as good as a contracted warhorse, and it could not use life-sharing, this warhorse was still a transcendent creature. A warhorse with at least a second-rank combat power. When it stomped down heavily, the power behind the stomp was not any weaker than a full-powered strike from an official knight. A hoof heavily stomped down on the head of the death god believer, Huggins. The tremendous force behind the stomp caused the head to shatter like a watermelon. Red and white matter scattered everywhere. Even in death, the death god believer, Huggins, would never have imagined that he would die under a knight's warhorse. Moreover, it was a warhorse used for transportation. The shadow attendant charged forward and absorbed the soul of the death god believer, Huggins. David controlled the warhorse and charged towards the other evil god believer. This evil god believer was not faking his death. The evil god believer wanted to get up. However, he was seriously injured and had lost the ability to move. He used the last of his strength to create an ice armor on his body. At this point, David had already arrived in front of the evil god's follower. A spirit arrow hit the evil god's follower a step faster than his ice armor, so the evil god's follower couldn't cast the ice armor successfully. During this pause, the warhorse once again stomped down on the head of the evil god believer. This evil god believer's head exploded. Killing the two evil god believers on the ground was just something David did on the way. He was moving in the same direction as the two evil god believers. Sensing that the shadow attendant had absorbed another soul, David was very happy. He was very interested in the souls and abilities of the evil god believer. "Little White, sniff out Charlie's scent," David said as he patted the chest of the knight's armor. A small snake head emerged and transmitted a message to David. David had met Charlie before. Charlie's scent was already imprinted in Little White's memory. At this moment, David wanted to find Charlie's location faster. Naturally, the fastest way was to rely on Little White. Otherwise, relying on the shadow attendant to search around would waste even more time than Little White. David steered the warhorse according to Little White's guidance and rushed towards the stable. The evil god believer, Burbum, brought the tracking dog and quickly found a piece of clothing that Charlie had worn in his room. The tracking dog sniffed the clothing and immediately ran in a direction. The evil god believer, Burbum, revealed a smile on his face. He had sacrificed a lot for Charlie and used almost all the available manpower in the vicinity. In order to invite those people, they had paid a huge price. But all of this was worth it as long as they could capture Charlie, because of Charlie's identity and the bloodline in his body. If they captured Charlie and sacrificed him to the great god, the god would definitely give them God's grace. Everyone involved in this matter would receive great benefits. The evil god believer, Burbum, saw the speed of the tracking dog's tail and knew that the target was very close. He looked at the stable and couldn't help but shake his head. He lamented that the nobles were really willing to do anything to survive. Even if they bribed the people in the city lord's mansion, they couldn't find out any information about the safe house. The location of the safe house was a secret of the city lord's mansion. Other than the city lord and the butler, no one else knew about it. Therefore, the evil god believer, Burbum, borrowed the tracking dog to find Charlie's location. Just as the evil god believer, Burbum suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the previous battle. In a short period of time, he sensed that the aura of his two companions went from strong to weak and then completely disappeared a few seconds later. Damn it, why is there an expert here? The evil god believer cursed in his heart. The tracking dog also sensed the evil god believer's mood. It sniffed the stable a few times and confirmed the entrance. A black gas appeared in the evil god believer's hand and rushed towards the entrance. The ground was flipped open by the black gas, and the rocks were also swept away by the black gas. The black gas actually opened up a tunnel underground along the entrance. The tracking dog didn't just find the general location. It couldn't be compared to the ability of a transcendent creature. If it only found the general location, a normal dog could do it. The scariest thing about the tracking dog was that it could pinpoint the exact location of the target based on the aura. The evil god believer, Burbum, had the tracking dog transmitted to him Charlie's location in his mind. He could even see Charlie's movements underground through the tracking dog's aura. Charlie also heard the commotion above and knew that danger was coming. He didn't want to die like this. The White Dragon bloodline had never died in such a cowardly manner. Charlie used his mind to scan the space ring. A set of level 3 armor appeared on his body, and a level 4 heavy sword appeared in his hand. If he didn't use this level 4 heavy sword, it would become the evil god believer's spoils of war. He held the level 4 heavy sword tightly in his hand. This was his biggest hope. Charlie's other hand held 3 magic talismans. They were slow, weakened, and blind. His only chance now was to use the magic talismans in his hand to make the evil god believer pause for a moment. As long as he had this opportunity, he could rely on the level 4 heavy sword in his hand to seriously injure or even kill the evil god believer. Charlie heard the sound getting closer and closer. He was extremely nervous. He didn't know that the evil god believer, Burbum, had sensed his movements through the tracking dog's aura. The instant the roof of the safe house was broken, Charlie felt a figure enter. He almost instinctively threw out the 3 magic talismans in his hand. The 3 magic talismans turned into 3 rays of light in the air and shot towards the figure that had suddenly appeared. Charlie was about to step forward and brandish the level 4 heavy sword, but his expression changed because he saw the clothes on the figure's body. Those were the clothes of the city Lord's mansion's servants. The evil god believer, Burbum, grabbed his servant from the side and threw him into the safe house, letting Charlie use up the 3 magic talismans. Ah! Charlie cried out in despair. He wanted to take out another magic talisman from his space ring, but the evil god believer, Burbum, didn't give him the chance. A black fog rushed toward Charlie, causing his body to go limp. Although he was still conscious, he could no longer control his body. It's over, Charlie said to himself. The evil god believer, Burbum, flashed into the safe house. He grabbed Charlie's body and turned around to leave. He was very clear about the current situation. A powerful opponent had appeared outside. Now that Charlie was in his hands, his mission was complete. He didn't need to fight the opponent anymore. Of course, the evil god believer didn't want to admit that he was afraid. 2 of his companions who were similar in strength to him had fallen in such a short time. This meant that the opponent was stronger than him. When David arrived at the stable, he just happened to see the evil god believer, Burbum, carrying Charlie. David was startled at first, but he sensed that Charlie's aura was still there, so his worries disappeared. He didn't understand why the evil god believer, Burbum, only captured Charlie alive and didn't kill him. In fact, the evil god believer never left anyone alive. David opened his mouth and sent out a high-frequency sound wave. He couldn't use those abilities that could easily expose his identity, but the high-frequency sound wave was a very special ability. Apart from the target, no one else could hear the sound emitted by the high-frequency sound wave. The high-frequency sound wave was an ability that could restrict the target for a short period of time. It was beneficial for saving Charlie, but it also prevented the evil god believer, Burbum, from harming Charlie. The evil god believer, Burbum, didn't expect David to have such an ability. He wasn't prepared to defend against the sound wave attack. The high-frequency sound wave exploded in his mind, causing him to fall into a trance. His mind was very strong, and the high-frequency sound wave only caused him to fall into a trance for half a second. When the evil god believer, Burbum, recovered, he saw a rank 3 heavy sword in front of him. The only thing he could do was to set up a defensive barrier in front of him. This was also his method of defense against close combat opponents. In his opinion, David was an official knight, and with the rank 3 heavy sword in his hand, it was impossible for him to break through his defensive barrier. However, David instantly activated the space-slicing heavy sword. With the Grandmaster level space-slicing heavy sword and David's enormous strength, the defensive barrier was as thin as paper. The rank 3 heavy sword cut through the neck of the evil god believer, separating his head from his body. The head flew in the air. Chapter 652. Night, Charlie, are you all right? David jumped down from his warhorse and supported Charlie. He scanned Charlie's body with his mental strength and found that Charlie wasn't injured. He seemed to have been cursed. David didn't know much about curses, so he could only look at Charlie helplessly. Of course, Charlie couldn't answer David's question. The only part of his body that could move was his eyes. He used his eyes to express his gratitude to David. Although Charlie's eyes were filled with tears, they were tears of excitement. Charlie's life had been smooth sailing since he was young, and he had never suffered any grievances. This time, he was almost captured by a believer of the god of evil. He couldn't imagine the consequences of being captured by a believer of the god of evil. Would he be tortured to death, sacrificed alive, or used to threaten his family? No matter what, Charlie felt like he was better off dead. Therefore, he was sincerely grateful to David, who had appeared in time to save him. David placed Charlie at the side and stood beside him to protect him. The sound of horse hooves could be heard, and Castellan Cagle appeared. After seeing the corpse of the believer of the god of evil and Charlie sitting on the ground, he let out a long sigh of relief. As long as Charlie was fine, nothing else mattered. Baron Arthur, thank you for your help. Castellan Cagle jumped down from his warhorse and bowed to David to express his sincere gratitude. If David hadn't appeared in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If something happened to Charlie in Adamantine City, the wrath of the White Dragon emblem would be unbearable for Adamantine City and the entire Dashing Star. Even Bunker would be blamed by the White Dragon emblem. The wrath of the White Dragon emblem might even devour Bunker. Castellan Cagle, there's no need to be so polite. Look at Knight Charlie. He's motionless. David bowed back. Castellan Cagle walked to Charlie's side and lowered his head to check. Then, he took out a magic amulet from his space ring and activated it. Specks of starlight shone on Charlie. Charlie's breathing suddenly became heavier. Then, his fingers moved first, followed by his shoulders, and finally, his entire body regained its mobility. Baron Arthur, you're really here. I won't say anything else. From today onwards, you're my friend. Charlie stood up and bowed to David. Then, he turned to Castellan Cagle and said, I have to thank Castellan Cagle for today's matter. I will report this to my family. Young Master Charlie, this is what I should do. Even though Castellan Cagle was overjoyed, he still said this. In fact, Castellan Cagle was more envious of David. He knew what it meant for Charlie to acknowledge David and treat David as a friend. To become a friend recognized by Charlie, it meant that David would rise to the ranks of the true nobles. Castellan Cagle, where is that believer of the evil god? David couldn't help but ask when he thought of the believer of the evil god who was fighting with Castellan Cagle outside. That believer of the evil god escaped. Castellan Cagle blushed when he heard David's question. Castellan Cagle wasn't able to kill that believer of the evil god. On one hand, he was injured from the siege, and on the other hand, he was worried about Charlie's safety and wasn't in the mood to fight. After defeating that believer of the evil god, he immediately rushed over. David felt that it was a pity. A believer of the evil god could provide him with a lot of soul energy. I'll get someone to tidy up the Castellan mansion. Baron Arthur, please stay here for a while. You can leave after the night squad returns. Castellan Cagle bowed and said, No problem. I'll stay here. David nodded and replied, Castellan Cagle, arrange a guest room and get someone to prepare some drinks. I have something to discuss with Baron Arthur. Charlie instructed Castellan Cagle. Young Master Charlie, please follow me with Baron Arthur. I didn't think of arranging a place for you to rest. It's my fault. Castellan Cagle said as he bowed. Castellan Cagle brought the two of them to a luxurious guest room and personally served them drinks. Then he left to do his own things. Castellan Cagle had to be personally involved in the handling of the corpses, the pacification of the city after the battle, the compensation for the deceased, and many other matters. Before the danger arrived, only your name could be contacted on my communication circle. Perhaps I contacted you secretly. Back then, I just wanted you to pass a message to my family. I didn't expect you to risk your life to save me. Charlie said softly as he held onto his drink. Charlie could sense that David was only an official knight. Even if David had a powerful ability, he wouldn't have much confidence in dealing with so many level 3 believers of the evil god. Otherwise, David wouldn't have stayed in his mansion. In Charlie's opinion, the reason why David took the risk to come to the Castellan mansion was because he received Charlie's message. If David knew his identity, it would be understandable. However, he was 100% sure that David didn't know his identity. In other words, David helped him purely because of their previous friendship. This was extremely precious. With Charlie's identity, almost everyone who got close to him was because of his identity. Charlie valued this friendship that didn't involve any benefits. Night, Charlie. Do you know how the believers of the evil god fight? I've fought with the believers of the evil god many times, but I still can't understand their fighting style. David didn't want to discuss the matter of saving Charlie, as it would make him feel like he was asking for a favor. Therefore, he changed the topic. Baron Arthur, I forgot that you came from the Interstellar Federation, so you don't know much about the believers of the evil god. The believers of the evil god have different abilities according to the evil god they believe in. These abilities mostly come from the spiritual attribute. In ancient times, they were called warlocks, a spellcasting profession that gained strength through a method bestowed by the gods. In the historical records, there was a war between the gods. In addition to the war between the gods, there was also a war between the knight and the warlocks. The war between the knight and the warlocks was even more protracted until the appearance of the Zerg. Our knight profession obtained the strengthened flesh of the Zerg, so our strength continued to increase. Strong people continued to emerge, and the number of warlocks decreased. In addition, after the victory of the war between the gods, the great world of God re-established the alchemy system and recruited people with spiritual talents into the alchemy system. This caused the warlock system that relied on spiritual talents to lack successors. Even now, the believers of the evil god still exist, but in terms of numbers, they can't be compared to the knight. They can only do some small tricks in various places. Charlie explained to David. David nodded. He finally understood the difference between the knight and the believers of the evil god, which was the warlocks. We knights should be grateful to the Zerg. It was the appearance of the Zerg that allowed us knights to have quality materials to make better weapons and equipment, protect our bodies, and increase our attack power. The Zerg also provided us with a lot of training resources. The appearance of the strengthened flesh allowed the knight's strength to increase faster, allowing the knight to become much faster than the warlocks. Charlie said with a sigh. With Charlie's continuous explanation, David understood some of the secrets of the great world of God more and more. The knight and the believers of the evil god, which was the warlocks, were two different professions. The evil god liked to use sacrifice to obtain the worship of the believers. In the process, he would return some ability to the worshiper. Of course, the prerequisite was that the worshiper must have spiritual talent. The evil god used the existence of the warlocks to make people believe in the evil god through temptation, coercion, intimidation, and other methods. The evil god did not care about the warlock's quality. As long as there was enough worship, he would bestow the warlock profession. At that time, the warlocks were the nightmare of ordinary people. They did whatever they wanted and killed all over the world for the sake of sacrificing items. The new gods appeared. They were different from the evil god. They integrated the influence of the gods into the lives of ordinary people through various subtle ways. The new gods helped ordinary people to live better in exchange for the faith of ordinary people. This way, it was easier to gain the faith of ordinary people. The new gods also cultivated powerful fighters to serve them. However, the new gods did not directly bestow power. Instead, they passed down the training system of the Knight's Path. The warlocks who represented the old gods, which was the current evil god, and the knight who represented the new gods, which was the current orthodox gods, were natural enemies. The knight relied on power, while the warlocks relied on spiritual power. The two completely different training systems collided in history. The knight had the absolute advantage. However, as long as the old gods did not completely disappear, the warlocks would never disappear. There would always be people who did not have the power of blood and were dissatisfied with the leadership of the nobles. They were tempted by the evil god and sacrificed to become a warlock in the end. If David's predecessor really did a complete sacrifice, perhaps the current David would not be able to transmigrate. However, David's predecessor was very likely to become a warlock. Of course, the possibility of that was extremely low. It was so low that it was equivalent to zero. The sacrifice manual that David's predecessor obtained was also a forbidden book in the great world of God. As Charlie was grateful to David for saving his life, he did not have any scruples during the conversation and answered many of David's doubts. This continued until the mayor of Kegel returned. This time, he was followed by Captain Marquis. Young Master Charlie, Baron Arthur, the night battle team has returned. The situation in the city is also under control. The night battle team is now investigating the city. I believe that order will be restored soon. The mayor of Kegel bowed and reported, "My matter is done. I'll return to the villa," David said after hearing that the night battle team had returned. "Baron Arthur, I have collected the corpses of the 3 level 3 believers of the evil god that you killed. The spoils of war will be sent to your villa later. I will also report the matter of you killing the 3 level 3 believers of the evil god. The merit points that should belong to you will also be sent to you later." The mayor of Kegel said with a smile. "Thank you for your trouble," David replied with a smile. David had heard about merit points long ago. However, he thought that he would only receive merit points when he fought against the Zergs on the battle star for the great world of God. He did not expect that killing 3 believers of the evil god would also give him merit points. "Baron Arthur, please keep the communication circle well. We will contact each other through it in the future," Charlie said as he sent David off. David rode on his horse and left the mayor's mansion. There were many night battle team members on the streets. They walked between the houses and checked for suspicious people. David did not care about this. He returned to the villa directly. As soon as he got close to the villa, he saw the knight Andrew looking around. When he saw David, he immediately ran over excitedly. "Lord Baron, I'm glad that you're fine." The knight Andrew bowed. "Why are you here? Didn't I ask you to hide well?" David asked in a deep voice. Butler Jason was a little worried. "He asked me to come out and observe the situation. It seems that the believers of the evil god have been defeated," the knight Andrew said excitedly. The knight Andrew could see the situation on the streets. Although he did not participate in the battle, he was happy that David and his family were fine. "Ask Butler Jason and the servants to come out. The matter of the believers of the evil god is over," David said as he waved his hand. Knight Andrew nodded, turned around, and ran towards the basement. David sat in the main hall. The matter of the believers of the evil god had reminded him that the great world of God was not safe. Previously, Zero City was massacred. This time, even a big city like Harmer City was in danger. If he had not gone to help in time, not only would Charlie have been captured, but even Castellan Cager would have been killed. Without Castellan Cager in the city, and without the Castellan Mansion's combat power, the evil god's believers would be able to do whatever they wanted in Tough City. Tough City might become the next Zero City. David summed up the process of today's battle. He had attacked 3 times. The first 2 times he used a grade 3 short spear, so he suffered the least backlash. In the end, when he killed the evil god follower Burbum, that sword also caused him quite a bit of injury. Fortunately, his injury was healed by the life force of the battle angel skeleton in a short period of time. After this battle, he had a judgment of his true combat strength. David's strength was around the level of an Earth Knight. This had nothing to do with his knight rank. Instead, it was due to his powerful strength. If David's grade 4 heavy sword, grade 5 axe, and Grandmaster heavy sword space slicer and Grandmaster heavy axe mastery were included, he could compete with a peak Earth Knight. However, he did not have any confidence in a stronger Sky Knight unless he could summon the Assassin Mantis puppet to fight for him. David urgently needed to increase his strength as a knight so that his body could withstand the backlash of his strength. When he could truly control his own strength, he would be able to fight a peak Earth Knight with pure strength, even if he did not use those special abilities. Chapter 653. With a thought, the shadow attendant flew to David's side and placed his hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder. Using the same method as before, the shadow attendant absorbed half of the soul energy and transferred the other half to David's soul fortress. Feeling the soul energy rain from the soul fortress, David knew that he had gained a lot this time. Every believer of the death god was a person with an innate talent in mental strength. Coupled with the fact that they were blessed by the evil god, their mental strength was much stronger than an average master alchemist. Although they were not as strong as David, their mental strength was the strongest among all the rank 3 experts David had encountered. The soul energy from the 3 believers of the death god made David feel an obvious increase in his mental strength. Shadow attendant, show me my attribute panel, David ordered in his mind. An illusory attribute panel appeared in front of his eyes. His mental strength had reached 99. It seemed to have reached a state of saturation, but it was not able to reach 9 points yet. David felt that it was a pity that the believer of the evil god had escaped. If he could have killed that believer and let the shadow attendant absorb his soul, his mental strength would have reached 9 points by now. Shaking his head, he did not think about it anymore. He was more concerned about the knowledge orbs that the 3 believers of the death god had left him. It was not that he had not absorbed the knowledge orbs from the believers of the evil god before, but the puppet spell requires belief in an ancient god was not useful at all. However, that was just a believer of the evil god. He wanted to see if the soul of the believer could produce useful knowledge orbs, because the abilities of the believer of the evil god were too tempting for David. Those strange abilities were much more interesting than a knight rushing to kill. Of course, this was on the premise that he did not want to become a believer of the evil god and become the public enemy of the great world of God. Shadow attendant, list out the knowledge orbs that I have obtained today, David ordered in his mind. Following his orders, the consciousness he left in the shadow servant's body saw a bunch of knowledge light balls. This made him remember that other than absorbing the souls of the 3 evil gods' followers, he had also absorbed the souls of many guards of the City Lord's mansion. The soul energy of these City Lord's mansion guards was too little. When he absorbed the soul energy, he almost didn't feel this portion of soul energy. However, this didn't mean that these guards didn't have any useful abilities. David saw low-level battle skills like 9 spear thrusts and 13 forms of heavy sword, but these battle skills didn't have any effect on David. David selected the 3 balls of knowledge from the evil god believers. Summon skeletons requires belief in the death god. This ball of knowledge made David very disappointed. This was another skill that required belief in the evil god to learn. Without any hesitation, he continued to check the next one. Soul curse requires belief in the god of fear. This was another ball of knowledge that required belief in the evil god to learn. Just when David thought that he would return empty-handed this time, the 3rd ball of knowledge didn't require anything. Ice control talent. David thought of the believer of the evil god, or the warlock, who could cast the ice wall at will. This ice control talent should be owned by the believer of the evil god, and it was separated from his soul by the shadow attendant. But somehow, this believer of the evil god didn't need belief in the evil god to learn the ability. In fact, there was a small probability that a person with a talent of mind would have a certain talent of mind, and this believer of the evil god had the ice control talent when he was born. After believing in the evil god gave him the ability, which directly strengthened his talent. The evil god also needed to save energy. When encountering a believer who was born with a talent, he would only strengthen the believer according to the original talent. Therefore, the ice control talent that David saw didn't require belief in the evil god to learn it. In fact, this kind of believer of the evil god had greater growth potential than other believers of the evil god. But because of the suppression of the evil god for countless years, many inheritances of the warlock system had disappeared, and there was no cultivation method needed for ice control talent. David was very happy. He moved his mind and let the shadow attendant move the ball of knowledge of ice control talent into his body. This time, the ball of knowledge of ice control talent was moved into his body, and he didn't enter an illusion. The ball of knowledge of ice control talent went directly into David's soul fortress and then divided into 2 parts. One part formed an ice control pattern and was attached to the wall of the soul fortress. The other part turned into a message and was accepted by David. After a while, David digested this message and knew everything about the ice control talent. The ice control pattern was the foundation of the ice control talent. This ice control pattern was naturally formed and appeared together with the evil god believer's innate spirit talent. Of course, the current ice control pattern was not the original ice control pattern, but the one that was optimized by the evil god. The evil god had a very deep understanding of ice. He enriched the details of the ice control pattern and strengthened the control of ice. This allowed the evil god believer's ice control talent to become a top-level talent. The evil god also gave the believer the method to control ice. Unfortunately, he didn't give the believer the corresponding cultivation method. This was also related to the way the evil god controlled the believers. The evil god needed the believers to rely on him. If he gave the believers a cultivation method, especially those with special talents, then the believers would most likely get rid of him after getting the cultivation method. The evil god believers didn't have a good life in the great world of God. Those who could become evil god believers all had an extreme desire for power. If there was a cultivation method that didn't require one to become the public enemy of the great world of God, who would be willing to become an evil god believer? Naturally, they would take the cultivation method and hide. David lightly tapped with his finger, and the ice control pattern in the soul fortress glowed. Afterward, a white mist appeared in front of his finger and spread forward. The white mist quickly reached the wall in front of him, and a thin layer of ice appeared on the beautifully carved wall. I still need to practice more. David shook his head and wasn't satisfied with his experiment. However, he quickly thought of a problem. If he used this ability, would he be mistaken for an evil god believer? Thinking of this, David couldn't help but feel bitter. He thought he had another way to fight the enemy, but who knew it would become a forbidden technique in the end. David walked out of the room and prepared to have dinner. When he came to the hall, he saw a pile of boxes on the ground. "Master, this is from the city lord's castle. It said it's your spoils of war." Steward Jason bowed and reported to David. His voice was full of pride. The fact that the city lord's castle sent spoils of war meant that David must have done something important in the city lord's castle. He played a very important role in the attack of the evil god believers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have specially distributed spoils of war to David. The spoils of war are here. David knew about this and nodded. David was very curious about the items on the evil god believers. One had to know that most of the magic items in the great world of God required the power of blood to be used. The evil god believers didn't have the power of blood, only the talent of the mind. He stepped forward and opened the box. Inside the box were 2 magic staffs, a crystal pendant, 3 portal rings, a hooded robe, 3 pairs of shoes, and a pair of gloves. David picked up the magic staff. As a master alchemist, he couldn't recognize the patterns on it. This was not surprising. Although he had the ability of a master alchemist, it was only within the knowledge of the master alchemist of Ix. There were too many patterns in the great world of God. Some could be mastered by alchemists, some are naturally formed, and some are even created by gods. No one could recognize all of them. Feeling the patterns on the magic staff, a strange energy followed his mind and tried to invade his soul. This made him immediately cut off the connection with the magic staff. David put the magic staff aside and picked up the crystal pendant. This time, it felt very familiar. He carefully approached the crystal pendant with his mind. The crystal pendant had some kind of connection with the ice control pattern on the wall of his soul fortress. He had a feeling that wearing this crystal pendant would increase his ice control ability by a lot. Although he couldn't use his ice control ability casually, it could still play a decisive role when needed. Therefore, he put the crystal pendant on his neck with satisfaction. When the crystal pendant was hung on his chest, the connection became even closer. This was a magic item made to increase his ice control ability. David picked up the 3 portal rings and scanned them with his mind. He found that all 3 of them required the talent of the mind to open. He was a master alchemist So he knew better than anyone that in order to open a portal ring for someone with the talent of the mind to have a lot more conversion patterns than a normal portal ring. This made these 3 portal rings much more valuable than a portal ring with the power of the blood. As for the items inside the portal rings, David didn't care about them. There were some low-grade materials, a few magic amulets, and a lot of divine gold coins. David used his mind to take out the divine gold coins and piled them on the ground in front of him, together with the 2 magic staffs. He then put the magic amulets and materials into his portal ring and finally threw the 3 portal rings back into the box. He then took out a hooded robe from the box and found that it was a magic item. He didn't know what it was made of, but there were traces of energy surging on it. There was a defensive barrier pattern on the robe, which could be activated when the wearer was in danger. There were originally 3 of these robes, but the other 2 were already destroyed by David's rank 3 short spear. David then checked the 3 pairs of shoes and found that there were also special patterns on them that could increase the wearer's speed. The gloves also had isolation patterns that could block out poisonous and harmful substances. He threw the 3 pairs of shoes back in a box. He wasn't interested in shoes that had been worn by others, even if they were magic items. However, the gloves were still useful in alchemy. Steward Jason, take these divine gold coins and put the rest in the warehouse. David instructed Steward Jason. Master, these items are your achievements and represent your strength. After the castle is repaired, you can put them in the castle to show your strength. Steward Jason suggested as he looked at the spoils of war with shining eyes. Although Steward Jason didn't know what happened in the City Lord's mansion, he could see the seriousness of the matter since the followers of the evil god had attacked the City Lord's mansion. This attack hadn't happened for at least 100 years. In the future, the Luce family would be returning to the circle of nobles. With these spoils of war to show their strength, the nobles would definitely look at them in a different light. This was also a kind of face that would make the nobles respect the Luce family. Do whatever you want with them, but these spoils of war are very high grade. They are all belongings of rank 3 followers of the evil god. You have to be careful with them. David didn't care. When Steward Jason heard David's words, his face suddenly changed. Previously, he thought these were spoils of war from rank 1 or 2 followers of the evil god, so it was fine to show them off. However, these were spoils of war from rank 3 followers of the evil god, so they needed to be fully prepared before they could be displayed. Otherwise, if the followers of the evil god found out, it would be a disaster. David didn't care about Steward Jason's hesitation. He went to the dining hall for dinner and went back to his room to continue studying his new ability. The next morning, when David finished his training and was about to go to Euphemia's etiquette class, he suddenly felt pressure from the sky. It's a rank 4 master. David had seen a rank 4 insectoid and a sky knight before. His assassin mantis puppet and sonic iron beetle were both rank 4 insectoids, so he was very familiar with the scent of a rank 4 master. Luckily, he didn't feel any malice from the rank 4 master in the sky. Otherwise, he would have ordered everyone in the mansion to go back to the safe house. David went to the window and looked at the sky. In the sky, a huge starry sky airship with 4 floors was slowly descending. Compared to this huge starry sky airship, what caught his attention was a knight riding on the back of a golden eagle. The pressure came from this knight. A sky knight, David mumbled to himself. Flying mounts were very rare. In the great world of God, there was a tacit rule that only rank 4 sky knights were qualified to use flying mounts. Of course, there was also a safety factor. A sky knight could fly in the sky for a short period of time, so a sky knight wouldn't fall to his death if something happened to his flying mount. Although flying mounts were convenient, there were always all kinds of problems, especially when fighting in the sky. Once the flying mount couldn't bear the weight, it would have to be put away. Chapter 654. There was a life-sharing contract between a knight and his mount. This contract was one way. When a knight was injured, he could absorb the life of his mount to heal himself. In battle, once a knight was injured and absorbed the life of a flying mount, the flying mount would be unable to fly anymore. At that time, The knight would have to land on his own. Although flying mounts could fly, making them faster and more agile than warhorses, their life force couldn't be compared to warhorses. Warhorses have been modified by the power of the bloodline for countless years. Their life force was so strong that they were almost at the top of the transcendent creatures of the same level. Although flying mounts were also transformed into extraordinary creatures by the power of the bloodline, due to their inherent weakness and vitality, it became a weakness of flying mounts. This was also why flying mounts could only be used by sky knights. Safety and the rarity of flying mounts determined this rule. David thought about the information about flying mounts and Sky Knight in his mind. His eyes were full of envy. Although he could also use exoskeleton armor to fly, how could it compare to a flying mount that was connected to his mind? The speed that flying mounts brought to a Sky Knight was simply a classic example of being able to attack and defend at the same time. The huge Starry Sky flying ship didn't completely land. Instead, it stopped in the sky above the city lord's mansion. Of course, with the size of the Starry Sky flying ship, the city lord's mansion didn't have a place for it to stop. David's curiosity was piqued. The shadow attendant flew out. 100 meters in the sky, he could see part of the situation from the city lord's mansion in the distance. The rear hatch of the Starry Sky flying ship opened, and a carriage flew out. Pulling the carriage were 6 winged Pegasi. The carriage was also an alchemy carriage. At such a long distance, David couldn't tell which was better, but the difference between the horses pulling the 2 alchemy carriages was huge. Pegasi were one of the transcendent creatures. Their speed was considered one of the slowest among the transcendent flying creatures. This was also the reason why almost no Sky Knight would choose a transcendent creature like a Pegasus as their flying mount. What a Sky Knight needed was a flying mount that could fly extremely fast. It was impossible to find a flying mount that could fly as fast as a Sky Knight. However, the Pegasi weren't useless. On the contrary, they had become the extravagance of the top nobles. The alchemy carriages pulled by flying Pegasi were almost the top form of entertainment for ordinary people. The Sky Knight followed the alchemy carriage and descended towards the Castellan's mansion. David saw Castellan Kegel and Charlie through the shadow attendant's eyes. David guessed that this extravagance had something to do with Charlie. Just by thinking about Castellan Cager's attitude towards Charlie, one could tell that Charlie's identity was extraordinary. He didn't continue observing as the etiquette class was about to start. David had to stop the class halfway through because Captain Marquis from the Castellan's mansion had arrived. "Greetings, Baron Arthur." Captain Marquis bowed respectfully to David as a knight. Captain Marquis didn't have to be so respectful as an Earth Knight, even if there was a difference in their ranks. However, Captain Marquis didn't dare to be arrogant in front of David as he had seen the corpses of the 3 evil god believers. Any of the 3 evil god believers had the same strength as him. He had to be respectful to a powerhouse who had a higher rank than him. This was the respect he had to show to a powerhouse. "Captain Marquis, what's the matter?" David asked as he returned a noble's bow. "I represent the Castellan of Castellan Cager to invite you for lunch at the Castellan's mansion. Someone wants to see you." Captain Marquis replied with an envious look. David immediately thought of the Golden Eagle. He didn't feel much about meeting a Sky Knight. He had seen many level 4 powerhouses and didn't feel much about level 4 powerhouses. However, since the Castellan of Castellan Cager invited him, he couldn't reject. Moreover, he didn't want to offend a Sky Knight for no reason. This time, David didn't pay attention to ostentation. He summoned his warhorse and rode it to the Castellan's mansion with Captain Marquis. Captain Marquis glanced at David's warhorse. As an Earth Knight, he could sense the uniqueness of this warhorse. He was very curious as to why David could own such a warhorse. One must know that such a warhorse was rare and would only appear in powerful aristocratic families. Although Captain Marquis had doubts in his heart, he didn't express them. As soon as they entered the Castellan's mansion, Charlie was waiting for David. When he saw David, he immediately greeted him. "Baron Arthur." "Night, Charlie, we meet again." David kept his warhorse and replied with a smile. "I'm sorry to have caused you trouble this time. I told my uncle about how you saved me, but he didn't believe me. He might have offended you when he saw you. Please forgive him." Charlie bowed and said, "Your uncle came from there?" David pointed at the huge, starry sky speedboat in the sky and asked, "Yes, the Sky Knight riding the Golden Eagle. He's Baron Bulek. He heard that I was in danger and came to bring me back." Charlie said with a bitter smile, "Does Baron Bulek have anything against me?" David asked, still puzzled. He was the one who saved Charlie. No matter what, he was still Charlie's savior. Even if Baron Lek didn't thank him, he shouldn't make things difficult for him. It's mainly because he heard that you were only an official knight, but you were able to kill 3 level 3 evil god believers. So, my uncle thought that you wanted to get close to me and had ulterior motives. Charlie shook his head and explained. In fact, after Baron Lek heard about Charlie's experience with Castellan Cager, his first thought was that there was something wrong with Baron Arthur. It was easy to judge because Baron Arthur was only an official knight. However, he was able to easily kill 3 level 3 evil god believers. Charlie's identity was special, so there were often things that targeted Charlie. Many people used various methods to get close to Charlie in order to gain their own benefits. Baron Lek thought that Baron Arthur might be one of them, and he was the one who had the most malicious intentions. Thinking about it, in order to get close to Charlie, he had actually killed 3 level 3 evil god believers. He had invested so much. But don't worry, my uncle won't hurt you. I will always be by your side. Charlie saw that David didn't speak. He thought that David was worried, so he quickly comforted him. Charlie brought David to a meeting room. A blond young man was sitting in the meeting room. He seemed to be only a few years older than Charlie. However, David could see the vicissitudes of life in the blond young man's eyes. He knew that the blond young man's real age was definitely not as young as he looked. "Uncle, this is Baron Arthur." Charlie introduced him to Baron Lek. "Baron Arthur, come and sit here." Baron Lek took a step forward and grabbed David with one hand. Almost instinctively, David gathered all the strength in his body and exploded with 100,000 kilograms of strength to block in front of him. "Your strength is not bad." Baron Lek felt the obstruction in his hand and said lightly. He increased the strength in his hand and quickly suppressed David's strength. His hand was about to grab David's shoulder. David clenched his teeth and unleashed his Titan power. The Titan pattern in his soul fortress flashed, and his strength doubled to 200,000 kilograms. Baron Lek felt the strength in his hand suddenly doubled. He almost made a fool of himself. Luckily, he had great control over his strength. After he felt the change in David's strength, he immediately adjusted his own strength. David couldn't let Baron Lek grab his shoulder. That would be putting his life in his opponent's hands. Therefore, when he felt Baron Lek's strength increase to 200,000 kilograms, he steeled his heart and activated the special strength increasing device. His strength immediately increased by more than 10 times, reaching over 2 million kilograms. The sudden increase in strength made Baron Lek's body shake. If it was a competition of strength, Baron Lek had already lost. Baron Lek's reaction was also very fast. He felt that if he didn't do anything, this strength was enough to make him lose his composure. There was a chair behind him. If he stepped back, it was very likely that the chair would be smashed, and that would be a huge loss of face. Baron Lek scanned his portal ring, and a set of knight armor appeared on his body. With the buff of the knight armor, he stabilized his body again. However, Baron Lek's eyes were filled with shock. He quickly realized that something was wrong with David. David used all his strength. The consequence was that many muscles in his body were torn due to the huge force. Even with the healing of the Battle Angel bones, it would still take nearly 10 seconds to recover. This time, David used 2 million kilograms of strength. Baron Lek used his knight armor to block this huge force. This also made David suffer more power backlash. Baron Lek also realized that David was injured. He quickly stopped the power in his hand and stepped back, creating a distance between the two. He just wanted to test David's strength to determine if he was an evil god follower pretending to be him. His goal was to get close to Charlie. Although this possibility was very small, Evil God followers wouldn't use the lives of 3 evil God followers to get close to Charlie. However, as long as there was a trace of possibility, Baron Lek wanted to find out. Just from the collision of strength, Baron Lek understood David's strength. He also knew why David could kill 3 evil God followers alone. It was because of David's own strength, and David seemed to have equipment that increased strength. Baron Lek didn't want to find out what equipment David had. He only needed to know that David was a knight and that David saved Charlie. With the great strength that David had displayed, as long as he paid a certain price, it would not be a problem for him to kill 3 level 3 evil God believers. I'm sorry, Baron Arthur. Thank you for saving Charlie. Baron Lek bowed to David. Baron Lek's words meant that he recognized David and admitted that David saved Charlie. It's nothing. I just did something within my ability. David also recovered from the pain and waved his hand. Baron Arthur, are you okay? Charlie saw David's situation and hurriedly went forward to support him. Charlie turned his head and looked at Baron Lek with a complaining gaze. Baron Arthur wasn't seriously injured. I don't know what equipment he used to increase his strength. His strength was far beyond what his body could bear. This caused the injury from the backlash of his strength. Baron Lek explained to Charlie. I'm fine, David said to Charlie with a smile. Baron Arthur, it's best if you don't use equipment that increases strength. Otherwise, your body will be permanently damaged and it will affect your future promotion. Baron Lek said to David. I'll pay attention. David nodded and said, I heard that you were promoted to an official knight after 10 days of knight initiation. It's a ways to stay on Dashing Star with such aptitude. I invite you to become a guest of the main family. In less than 3 years, you can become an Earth Knight. As for a Sky Knight, it depends on your efforts. As long as you become a guest of the family, you don't have to worry about resources. After you become a Sky Knight, we will also prepare a flying mount for you. Baron Lek said after testing David's strength. Dashing Star was too remote. Not to mention the resources, even the cultivation environment was not good. In Baron Lek's opinion, it was difficult for David to refuse his proposal. Who didn't want a better cultivation environment? Baron Lek, my family is the Loose family. David didn't say much and just said his family's name. Blackmer shook his head helplessly. When he heard the name of the Loose family, he knew that he had miscalculated his plan of recruiting them. The Loose family was an ancient family. No matter how weak an ancient family was, it would not throw itself into another family, even if it was the top family. David was extremely surprised when he heard Baron Lek mention the main family. Recently, he had learned a lot of aristocratic knowledge from Euphemia and had heard about the main family. The main family was one of the lords of the great world of God and had 3 administrative planets. The head of the main family, Lord Gould, was also one of the top powers in the great world of God. A family like the main family, which had at least 1 administrative planet, was a small country to a certain extent. However, no lord dared to establish a country, but in fact, the power was equivalent to a country. The territory of every top noble was equivalent to a duchy, and the head of the family was the king. The head of the family had the right to decide all matters in the territory, and even the laws in the territory were made by the main family. Chapter 655. What a pity! Baron Lek looked at David and sighed in his heart. If such a genius knight stayed in a remote place like Dashing Star, it might not be long before the genius became ordinary. Now Baron Lek no longer had any doubts about David. If there was such a genius among the evil god believers, it would not be exposed at the early stage of growth. Baron Arthur, in order to thank you for saving Charlie, the main family has prepared a gift for you. Please don't refuse. Baron Lek knew that he could not recruit David and continued. Before coming here, Charlie's father, Lord Gould, had told him that as long as it was confirmed that David did not have ulterior motives, the main family would show their due gratitude. This gratitude was to recruit Baron Arthur into the main family. The main family would provide him with enough resources to make Baron Arthur grow quickly. One must know that to be able to kill 3 third-rank evil god believers at a young age, his potential must be huge. But since David had rejected the main family's recruitment, Baron Lek could only thank David in another way. This was what the main family had to do. Since David had saved the first heir of the main family had to show their gratitude to David. Otherwise, how would the other top families view the main family? Baron Lek, I didn't save Knight Charlie for reward. David waved his hand. Baron Arthur, please accept it. Compared with your kindness in saving me, a gift is nothing. Charlie also said. David could see that Baron Lek's attitude was very firm, and Charlie had the same idea. He calculated in his heart that perhaps the other party wanted to repay the favor in this way. If he kept refusing, the main family would think that he wanted to repay the favor. Well, I'll accept the gift. David nodded in agreement. Haha, that's great, Charlie said happily. David was a little curious about Charlie's reaction. It was just a gift. Why would Charlie be so happy? Baron Arthur, this is the list of gifts, waiting for you to receive them. Baron Lek said with a sigh of relief. To be honest, one of the main purposes of Baron Lek's visit was to repay David for saving Charlie's life. Charlie was the first heir of the main family. Although he didn't have a title now, he would definitely take over the main family in the future. At that time, Charlie's identity would be completely different from now. If David did not let the main family repay this favor, the main family would have to pay a huge price to repay this favor when Charlie took over the main family. Regardless of whether David had this idea or not, Baron Lek had to consider this possibility. According to Baron Lek's own thoughts, if he had such an opportunity, he wouldn't use up the favor now. Instead, he would keep it and wait for the most valuable time. David's attitude made Baron Lek very comfortable because David didn't even know the contents of the gift and agreed. From this, it could be seen that David's intention to save Charlie was very simple. Baron Lek smiled and pushed a gift list in front of David. David took it. When David picked up the gift list, the content of the gift list surprised him. On the gift list were the gifts mentioned by Baron Lek and Charlie. It was a China manor on Bamistar and a villa in the main city of Bamistar. After this period of learning, David was no longer a novice who had just come to the great world of God. Bamistar was a special planet. Its surface was picturesque, and its climate was pleasant. It was one of the most suitable planets for survival. Bamistar's political status was also very special. There was no aristocrat on the planet. The surface land was divided by hundreds of aristocrats. There had always been a saying in the great world of God that living in Bama Star could lead to a longer life. This made Bama Star a place for aristocrats and rich businessmen to retire. The value of land was extremely expensive, and there was no market for it. Having a villa on Bama Star was the yearning of many aristocrats and also a symbol of status. David didn't expect the main family to not only have a villa in the main city of Bama Star, but also a manor. The unique environment of Bama Star bred top-quality ingredients, so the value of the manor on Bama Star was beyond imagination. The main family was equivalent to giving David a chicken that laid golden eggs. Even though David was extremely rich, he was shocked by the main family's generosity. Baron Arthur, I chose this gift, Charlie said with a smile. It's a bit too expensive. David looked at the gift list and shook his head. It's nothing. The villa and manor were my 10-year-old gifts. I rarely go there, so I just took them out and gave them to you. Charlie explained with a smile. This time David was really speechless. The value of Charlie's 10-year-old birthday gift was several times more than all the assets of the Luce family combined. Thank you, David said as he patted the gift list. He had promised to accept it before. Although the value of the gift was beyond his expectations, he couldn't return it. The night training environment on Bama Star is good. It is also a gathering place for a large number of night resources. You can usually live there. It will be of great help to your night training. Charlie continued. Night, Charlie, you are so considerate. David replied with a smile. The lunch was very sumptuous. Castellan Cager must have spent a lot of effort to prepare this lunch. All kinds of food that David had never even heard of were placed on the table. David maintained his aristocratic demeanor during the meal. He didn't say much and just smiled the whole time. Although the dishes were novel, he only tasted a little. It It wasn't just David who was like this. Everyone at the table was like this throughout the meal. Perhaps others were used to this kind of etiquette, but David didn't want to participate in it a second time. In this kind of dining environment, no matter how good the food was, he wasn't in the mood to taste it. After lunch, Baron Blackmer said that he wanted to leave. No one dared to object to his words. Charlie sat in the alchemy carriage pulled by the Pegasus, while Baron Lek rode his golden eagle and returned to the huge starship in space. Baron Arthur, let's send them to the teleportation portal together. Castellan Cager stopped David, who was about to go back, and invited him. David couldn't help but raise his head and look at the starship. How could such a huge starship pass through the teleportation portal? The teleportation portal in Adamant City wasn't big. It definitely couldn't allow such a huge starship to pass through. David thought that the starship had flown over from a large teleportation portal on a nearby planet. However, Castellan Cager's words didn't seem to be the case. This piqued his curiosity, so he rode his warhorse and went to the teleportation portal with Castellan Cager. The starship in the sky wasn't fast. It seemed to know that Castellan Cager and David were sending each other off, so it moved forward at the same speed as the two of them. David saw the teleportation portal again. The seemingly huge teleportation portal looked small in front of the starship of the main family. The starship slowly flew towards the teleportation portal. When it was close to the portal, the starship shot a white light at the portal. The light's circle around the portal expanded upwards and formed a huge portal. The starship entered the huge portal, and the portal returned to its original state. How is it? Every time we use this method to pass through the portal, we need to consume a large amount of krypton crystals to provide energy. I feel that it's extravagant every time I see it. Castellan Cager said to David with a smile. Isn't it just picking up night, Charlie? Why does it need to be so extravagant? David didn't understand the behavior of the main family and asked. This is a top-tier noble. This is a simple trip. If you see the scale of an official trip, it will be luxurious. Castellan Cager replied with a smile. David shook his head. When he first came to the great world of God, he saw that the great world of God was backward. Everything here was extremely primitive. Other than the teleportation portal and shrines, it was almost impossible to see a super empire like the great world of God that dominated countless planets. But today, he only saw a corner of the great world of God's top family, the main family, and he felt the aura of a super empire. David had never seen this kind of teleportation portal technology in the Interstellar Federation. Coupled with the alchemy carriage pulled by the Pegasus, the huge starship, and the terrifying Sky Knight, David saw a powerful force that could compete with the Interstellar Federation. All of this made David curious about the real great world of God. He wanted to see the true side of the great world of God, not the remote great world of God. After returning to the castle, David summoned Jason, Albin, and Knight Andrew. I got 2 properties, the Chena Manor on Bamistar and a villa in the main city. I need to bring people over to take them. Jason will follow me. Albin, you will be in charge of the castle's maintenance and the villa's maintenance. David announced in a deep voice. Bamistar's manor and villa. Jason heard David's words and had a look of disbelief on his face. This kind of property was considered top quality even among the nobles, but it was something that the Luce family didn't even dare to think about. David had only returned to the Luce family for a short period of 10 days, and the Luce family's property had multiplied by many times. Previously, it was only the gold coins, but now the Bamistar property was the foundation of the family. When Jason heard the news, he immediately calculated in his heart. Unlike David's perspective, Jason considered the cost of the villa in the main city of Bamistar. To maintain a villa, especially one with the consumption conditions of Bamistar, the cost was probably 10 times more than the villa in Jima City. Fortunately, there was a manor. No matter how big the manor was, as long as there was output, it was enough to maintain the operation of the villa, and there might even be a surplus. Master, the person who gave you the property, was very thoughtful. He was afraid that you couldn't maintain the consumption of the Bamistar villa. so he gave you a manor that could support the villa's consumption. Jason couldn't help but sigh. David smiled. He didn't intend to reveal Charlie's identity as the heir of the main family. Sir Baron, I would like to follow you to Bama Star. Knight Andrew saw that David had arranged a task for the two stewards and didn't arrange for him, so he couldn't help but bow and ask anxiously, "This time you will stay and protect the family." David waved and said, "Sir Baron, my task is to protect your safety." Knight Andrew didn't want to let go of this opportunity. "That was Bama Star," he said loudly. "Master, take him with you. He could drive the carriage for you. You need to be more dignified when you take over the property." Steward Jason bowed and said, "Well, Knight Andrew will come with me." David nodded in agreement. Then he turned to Steward Albin and said, "If there is anything difficult to solve in the family, you can go to the City Lord's mansion to find Lord Cager, or wait for me to come back." "Yes, master." Steward Albin bowed and replied. Knight Andrew's face was extremely excited. If Steward Jason hadn't been looking at him, he wouldn't have been able to control the expression on his face. "Knight Andrew, go and prepare the carriage. We will leave now." David looked at the time. It was still early, so it was better to leave immediately. "Yes, Sir Baron." Knight Andrew replied loudly, then turned and ran away. Steward Jason thought about finding an etiquette teacher for Knight Andrew later. Before, the family was too poor, and he was a little busy, so he didn't have much time to teach Knight Andrew aristocratic etiquette. In the past, the Luce family didn't care, but as the family slowly became stronger, they had to consider this aspect. Not only Knight Andrew, but even the servants in the family had to be retrained and given stricter requirements. It was still the same alchemy carriage. David sat in the carriage, Knight Andrew and Steward Jason sat on the shaft, and 3 white horses pulled them towards the portal. When they arrived at the portal, Steward Jason took David's aristocratic coat of arms and negotiated with the portal manager, and paid Steward Jason and Knight Andrew the usage fee. David was a little surprised. When he came to Planet Dashung through the portal, the fee was only 1 divine gold coin. But this time, when they went from Planet Dashung to Planet Bama, Steward Jason and Knight Andrew each had to pay up to 50 divine gold coins. Not to mention ordinary people, even the nobles in the city would feel the pinch. Although David gave Steward Jason a lot of divine gold coins, he was used to being poor, so he still felt the pinch when he had to pay the teleportation fee. But when he thought about the purpose of going to Planet Bama, the pinch disappeared a lot. Compared to the manors and villas on Planet Bama, a mere 100 divine gold coins was nothing. Chapter 656. After paying 100 divine gold coins, the administrator of the portal set up the portal and made a gesture to David to let him in. "Go!" Knight Andrew shouted as he swung the reins. The 3 white horses went towards the blue portal. Although they hesitated when they were about to touch the blue surface of the portal, they still went into the portal under the control of Knight Andrew. After going through the portal, David's eyes flashed. When he looked out of the window again, the scenery outside had changed. David first felt the change in temperature. The temperature here was about 25 degrees, which was the most comfortable temperature for the human body. After that, he felt the air. There was some kind of free energy in the air. Breathing in the air here made people feel refreshed and energetic. "Honorable sir, are you here for a tour? I'm tour guide Jules. I can save you time and energy." As soon as the alchemy carriage went out of the portal, a tall and thin young man came over and bowed to the carriage. "Where is this place? How far is it from the central square of Bama City?" David heard that there was a tour guide, so he asked in a deep voice. The 3 of them knew nothing about Bama Star. When they arrived here, they needed to find a shop to buy a map, and then find the place they wanted to go according to the map. Now that they had a tour guide, it was much easier. They just needed to ask the tour guide to lead the way. "Sir, this is the main city of Bama City. The central square is in the center of the main city. You have found the right place to visit. There are the most delicious restaurants, the largest theater, the most shops, and the most luxurious hotels in Bama Star. It is suitable for a noble like you. Tour guide Jules' eyes lit up. He liked this kind of guest. He didn't even ask about the price and went straight to the point. Of course, tour guide Jules didn't dare to ask for a price. When he saw the alchemy carriage, he saw the noble coat of arms on the carriage. He couldn't afford to be accused of blackmailing nobles. Steward Jason, let tour guide Jules get on the carriage and let him lead the way to the central square, David ordered. Steward Jason made way for him on the shaft of the carriage. Tour guide Jules also knew that it was impossible for him to enter the carriage. He nodded and smiled at Steward Jason and Knight Andrew before sitting on the shaft. This way, this carriage has a noble's coat of arms, so we'll take the green path, tour guide Jules said to Knight Andrew. Through the eyes of the shadow attendant, David saw that the ground of the street was divided into different lanes with different colors. In the middle of the road, there were 2 lanes divided by green lines. None of the carriages without the emblem of the nobles entered the green channel. They only went through the white channel. What surprised David even more was that there were many flying cars in the sky. These flying cars looked like carriages, but they were slightly larger than ordinary carriages. Since it didn't require horses to pull it, it was propelled forward by a special pattern. So this flying car was very similar to the Interstellar Federation's hover cars. Needless to say, this was also a type of alchemy carriage. However, even if David was a master alchemist, it would still take a long time and a large amount of materials to make such an alchemy carriage. David didn't expect to see such an extremely luxurious alchemy flying car in Bama City. He thought that his alchemy carriage would make him look good, but he didn't expect that he had underestimated the noble's luxury. In fact, alchemy in the great world of God had become very professional. Take the alchemy flying car, for example. To make such an alchemy flying car, it required nearly 100 patterns. If a single alchemist were to draw these 100 patterns, not to mention the difficulty of mastering them, the failure rate would be extremely high, and the cost of the finished product would be very high. However, the great world of God had long since stopped using this method to make complex alchemy products. They divided the complex alchemy products into dozens of steps, and each step was completed by different alchemists. Every alchemist only needed to master 2 or 3 alchemy patterns. Because they only needed to learn these 2 or 3 alchemy patterns, along with the experience of generations of professional alchemists, the success rate of mastering these 2 or 3 alchemy patterns was extremely high. It could even reach a 100% success rate. This method was more like an assembly line. Alchemists who mastered different alchemy patterns were like workers on the assembly line. Among alchemists, less than 1 in 1,000 had the hope of becoming a master alchemist. There are even more alchemists who had no hope of becoming a master alchemist due to their lack of aptitude. These alchemists were the main force of the assembly line, and they carried out work that was not creative. Of course, there were even bigger projects. Alchemy products like the Starry Sky flying ship could not be produced by ordinary alchemy factories. Only a few large-scale alchemy factories could produce them. The luxury of the main city was far beyond David's imagination. The spacious streets showed the civilization here. The alchemy flying cars that flew in the sky from time to time also followed certain rules, making the traffic in the city orderly. There were stone sculptures on both sides of the road with patterns drawn on them. David knew that these sculptures were not only for decoration, but also for other purposes. The shops on the side of the road were much more luxurious than the shops in Tough City. The construction standards of the shops here were similar to the construction standards of the shrines of wealth in Tough City. Of course, the style was completely different. There were also many knights on the road. David saw more than a dozen knights riding war horses, and among them were the silhouettes of Earth Knights. David could not help but sigh at the prosperity of Bama City. In Tough City, only the mayor's mansion had 2 Earth Knights. But here, one could casually meet an Earth Knight on the road. "Sir, the central square is in front," tour guide Jules said as he pointed ahead. Actually, there was no need for tour guide Jules to persuade him. Through the eyes of the shadow attendant flying in the sky, David could already see the circular square in the center of the city. This circular square was very large, and in the middle of it was a fountain made up of 4 sculpted fountains. The east of the square was the commercial area. In addition to the fixed shops, there were also some stalls in the square, which made the east side of the square very lively. Many people were buying things there. The west side of the square was the residential area. There were no stalls in this direction, only carriages that belonged to nobles, pulled by 3 horses, going in and out of this area. "Take us to number 35 Central Square," David ordered in a deep voice. "Are you visiting a friend?" "Number 35 Central Square. That's a villa next to the Central Square. It's one of the best villas in the entire Bama City. Your friend must be extraordinary." Tour guide Jules was very talkative. Even when talking to a noble like David, he was very talkative. David did not pay attention to tour guide Jules. Under tour guide Jules' guidance, the alchemy carriage came to a grassland next to the Central Square. The grassland here was obviously taken care of by professionals. Coupled with the temperature here, the grassland was maintained in the most beautiful emerald green color, which made people feel very comfortable at first glance. About 30 meters inside the grassland was a villa. There was a sign hanging on the door of the villa, which read number 35 Central Square. David looked at the villa that was going to belong to him, and then at the Central Square in front of the villa. He knew that he had misjudged the value of this villa. This geographical location could be said to be the best in Bama City. The value of a villa here was self-evident. David got off the alchemy carriage. There was no road to the villa, and he didn't want the alchemy carriage to run over such a beautiful grassland, so he decided to walk to the villa. It was only 30 meters away anyway. He knew that this villa would be his in the future, so naturally, he had to cherish his own things. "Sir, in fact, the carriage can continue to move forward. The vitality of this grassland is very strong. It won't be crushed by the carriage." Tour guide Jules said to David, "No need, let's walk." David had already gotten off the carriage. He didn't want to go back to the carriage and walk the last 30 meters. Stepping on the soft grassland, they came to the villa. The villa door opened, and a middle-aged man in a long uniform came out. "Honorable Baron Arthur, I am the steward of the main family. I am waiting for you here." The middle-aged steward bowed to David. "Sorry to trouble you, but please hand over to my steward," David said with a slight bow. When tour guide Jules heard about the main family, his mouth opened wide. Almost everyone in the great world of God had heard of the main family. His eyes flashed with awe for David, who had a relationship with the main family. David ignored the handover between Steward Jason and the middle-aged steward. He didn't need to worry about this kind of thing. He walked to the open villa door. Not to mention anything else, the door was extremely extraordinary. The door was made of a wooden material. David looked at it with the eyes of a master alchemist. There were more than 10 different patterns drawn on the door alone. These patterns could make the door stronger, and they also had the function of detection and warning. David touched the villa door with his hand and suddenly felt that there was a flow of energy inside the door. The material of the door was not simple. It could almost be used as an alchemy material to allow energy to flow inside. The size of the villa door was calculated as an alchemy material. Even if it was the worst alchemy material, with the amount of the door, its value would be an amazing number. Entering the villa door, he saw a truly luxurious hall. This was a glowing hall. The floor tiles on the floor formed a beautiful pattern. Some of the materials emitted a faint light, which made the floors seem to be glowing. The walls were full of reliefs. The material was a kind of glowing rock, which made the walls also shine. The top of the hall was inlaid with many gems. The background of the gems was also shining. The light was refracted by the gems, making the hall more magnificent. The whole hall didn't use a single lamp, but it achieved a better effect than using a lamp. In the middle of the hall, there were 2 pieces of armor decorations. From David's point of view, these 2 pieces of armor were Tier 3 armors. David couldn't help but exclaim again. This was only the decoration of the hall. The 3rd-grade armor he saw in the treasury of Loose Castle was used. David recognized the material used for the tables and chairs in the hall. The tables and chairs were all made of black ironwood. Black iron wood was mainly used in the Interstellar Federation to forge weapons. Its price wasn't low. However, David didn't know if black iron wood was produced in the great world of God. If it wasn't, then the value of black iron wood was beyond imagination. One had to know that even a single feather from the Interstellar Federation would cost thousands of gold coins just to transport it. After that, David looked around the various rooms in the villa. Every time he saw something, he couldn't help but exclaim. In the hall, it wasn't obvious, but in the other rooms, alchemy patterns were almost everywhere in the villa. The patterns on the floor and walls could block dust and increase the hardness of the floor and walls, making it difficult for people to easily destroy. The patterns on the ceiling could be controlled to change the brightness and color of the light source. The patterns in the bathroom could maintain the temperature of the water flowing out, making it so that hot water could flow out as soon as it was turned on. The kitchen also had patterns that could block the smoke and fumes in the kitchen. It also didn't need a fire starter to ignite the fire at any time. There are also many places that use patterns. The entire villa was like a huge alchemy item. David had heard that the top nobles used alchemy in all aspects of their lives. He thought it was an exaggeration, but everything in front of him told him how luxurious the lives of the top nobles were. One must know that alchemy patterns didn't only require patterns, but also krypton crystals. The consumption of krypton crystals was more expensive than oil and wood. David also saw a training room in the basement. The floor and walls of the training room were all reinforced with special alchemy materials. A large number of strengthening patterns were drawn on it, making the training room extremely sturdy. It was convenient for the knight to train inside. There were no servants left in the villa. Or it could be said that a villa with a large number of patterns needed very few servants. This was because the villa didn't need to be cleaned, and its safety was guaranteed. He only needed to consider the needs of his daily life. Master, the procedures have been completed. Do you want to transfer the servants from home, or find another servant here? When Jason saw David return to the hall, he immediately bowed and asked, "We don't have enough servants at home. Let's try to find more here." David thought and said, the decline of the Luce family had caused some servants to be dismissed. Now, they could only maintain the family's operations. If he transferred more servants from the family, it would definitely affect the family's castle. The steward left after the handover. He said that after the procedures were completed, your noble badge could control this villa. Also, I paid the tour guide and let him go. Jason continued. David nodded and took out the noble badge. When he scanned it with the power of the blood, he felt that the badge had some kind of connection with the patterns in the villa. He could control all the patterns in the villa through the badge. Of course, to make it easier to use, many of the patterns had additional controls. For example, a chef could adjust the size of the flame through the controls. Chapter 657. It was a little late today, and David did not go to take over the Chino Manor. When the sky darkened, the central square was very bright, and there were even more people than during the day. David was also interested. He did not bring Knight Andrew and Steward Jason, and walked into the central square alone. Steward Jason also did not ask Knight Andrew to follow. On one hand, David was able to kill 3 level 3 evil god followers alone. His fighting power was enough to protect himself, and on the other hand, this was Bamistar. Bamistar was perhaps the planet with the most aristocrats. A large number of aristocrats gathered on this planet, making the security here very good. It was even said that there was a level 5 Temple Knight on Bamistar. The influence of the Luce family was very weak, so Steward Jason did not know whether this rumor was true or not. However, there were very few evil god followers on Bamistar, especially the main city, which was a forbidden area for evil god followers. David walked through the grass in front of the villa. The grass did not have any traces of being crushed. No wonder there was no road to the villa. Coming to the central square, the 4 fountains were more eye-catching than during the day. The light from the bottom of the water made the water balls sprayed out by the fountains crystal clear, shining with a dazzling light. At night, the central square was mostly filled with pedestrians, it could be seen that most of them were aristocrats. Even if they were not aristocrats, they were very rich people. This could be seen from the clothes of the pedestrians. The west side of the square was mostly strolling people, some with pets, some with people laughing, a happy and peaceful scene. David looked at the scene in front of him. He felt very familiar. This place was like the cultural squares in various cities in his previous life. The pedestrians were all polite, and the atmosphere was very good. Walking on the square, listening to the soft chatter and laughter around him, his body and mind could not help but relax. Walking until he reached the fountains, he could vaguely hear the noise coming from the other side of the fountains. David passed through the 4 sculpted fountains. The cool and humid air made him feel extremely refreshed. Just as he walked out of the range of the fountains, the noise seemed to be magnified in his ears, and in front of him was a lively scene. There were acrobatics, singing, dancing, and some snacks. If the west side of the central square was a place of elegance, then the east side was a secular scene. David could not help but sigh at the thoughts of the square's designer. Using the 4 fountains to separate the east and west side, and using the sound of the fountains to block the noise of the east side, so the west side of the square could maintain a relatively quiet environment. People here could choose their own way of leisure. In the central square, they could always find an interesting way to relax. David walked around. He admitted that he liked it here. David didn't wander around for long. After an hour, he returned to the villa. As soon as he walked to the grass in front of the villa, he saw Knight Andrew standing at the door. "Lord Baron, Viscount Heber is here to visit you. Steward Jason is accompanying him." Knight Andrew bowed and reported, "Viscount Heber? I don't think we've had any dealings before, right?" David frowned and asked curiously. He had just arrived at Bamistar's main city today, so he did not know anyone here. Besides, although the Luce family was an ancient family, they had experienced a long period of decline. In fact, in the old Baron Luce's later years, he had very little contact with the noble circle. Not to mention Bamistar, even the noble circle of Deimos City in Dashung Star rarely had contact with him. "I've never heard of him before." Knight Andrew shook his head and replied, "You'll know when you see him," David said with a smile. Because he had just arrived, there were no servants in the villa. The villa looked very deserted. The huge villa only had David, Steward Jason, and Knight Andrew. Now that there were guests, there was not even a servant to entertain them. When David walked into the reception room, he saw Steward Jason standing there. A middle-aged noble was sitting on the main seat, and behind the middle-aged noble were 2 official knights. David's eyes narrowed. He had learned noble etiquette, so he naturally knew that the main seat in the reception room was usually occupied by the host. The host would only give up the main seat when there was a distinguished guest whose status was much higher than the host's. The middle-aged noble directly sat on the main seat without even greeting the host. David was looking down on David. "Baron Arthur, nice to meet you." Viscount Heber stood up and bowed to David. Although Viscount Heber looked down on Baron Arthur, who had appeared like a nouveau riche, he still had to follow the noble etiquette. Of course, since he was sitting on the main seat, he felt that he should be sitting there. He did not think that he was lacking in noble etiquette. "Nice to meet you, Viscount Heber." David did not lack in manners, and also returned the noble etiquette. "Baron Arthur, please forgive me for visiting so abruptly." Viscount Heber sat down and said with a smile. David did not say anything and just stood there looking at Viscount Heber. "Please sit down. I have something to discuss with you." Viscount Heber saw David standing, so he gestured with his hand like the host. "Viscount Heber, let's talk in the hall," David said with a smile. After speaking, he turned and walked out, completely ignoring Viscount Heber's astonished face. Steward Jason bowed to Viscount Heber with an apologetic look on his face. He then turned around and followed David. He did not understand David's thoughts, but he had to obey David's decision. No matter right or wrong, David was still the head of the Luce family. How dare he? Viscount Heber slammed his hand on the table and shouted angrily. "Lord Viscount, Baron Arthur was too rude." Should we leave? A knight standing behind him asked softly. Why should we leave? I was going to give him more divine gold coins, but I didn't expect him to be so tactless and give less when negotiating the price. Viscount Heber said as he stood up and walked out of the guest room. Viscount Heber was of course angry. David's behavior was very obvious. Since David did not receive him in the guest room, it meant that David did not treat him as a guest. When receiving guests in the hall, unless there were a lot of guests, it meant that the guest status was very low and was not worthy of being received in the guest room. When Viscount Heber arrived at the hall, he saw David already sitting on the main seat. Viscount Heber, please have a seat. David smiled and waved his hand. How could Viscount Heber not understand why David was angry? Viscount Heber was a viscount. Since he took the initiative to visit Baron David, shouldn't it be natural for him to give up the main seat? However, Viscount Heber endured it for the sake of the following matters. Baron Arthur, I heard that you took over this mansion. I like it very much. There are 300,000 divine gold coins here. Since you didn't bring any servants or luggage, you can leave after signing the agreement. Viscount Heber said as he waved his hand at the knight behind him. The knight took a step forward and took out 3 standard treasure chests from the Temple of Wealth from his portal bag. Each chest was filled to the brim with 100,000 divine gold coins. The knight then opened the chests of the 3 standard shrines of wealth treasure chests, revealing the divine gold coins inside. Golden light flashed and dyed the area within a few meters of the treasure chest golden. Viscount Heber looked at David as if he was ready to watch a good show. He was looking forward to David's shocked expression. Before he came, he had a rough understanding of Baron Arthur's background. An ancient family that had almost been cut off had brought back an illegitimate son from the distant Interstellar Federation, allowing him to inherit the title of Baron. It was also due to luck that he saved Charlie, who had abandoned his home on the remote Shung planet. That was why the main family gave him mansion number 35 in the central square. After hearing this news, Viscount Heber immediately rushed over without thinking. If he didn't need to go to the shrines of wealth to retrieve a large number of divine gold coins, he might have come even earlier. Viscount Heber's family had been extremely successful in their business activities over the years. In just a few decades, they had accumulated a large amount of wealth. After gaining wealth, the family had nurtured many knights. Viscount Heber was an Earth knight who had returned from the battle planet. He had used his military exploits to exchange for the title of Viscount. Although he had the title and wealth, the family's foundation was not so easy to make up for. Viscount Heber had spent a lot of money on Bamistar, but he had only found a small mansion on the edge of the East District. However, Viscount Heber wasn't satisfied with such an outcome at all. He wanted to lead his family to glory, so he needed to have an industry that could show his family's foundation. The mansion number 35 in the central square that David now owned was the most ideal industry. With such an industry, Viscount Heber could use it to contact the nearby nobles and spread his reputation. One had to know that the small mansion that Viscount Heber was living in now couldn't even be used for ordinary gatherings, let alone a banquet. Viscount Heber was embarrassed to entertain other nobles in such a place, especially nobles that he wasn't familiar with. He wouldn't go to such a place to participate in activities. Viscount Heber, are you mistaken about something? I have no intention of selling the mansion. David wasn't attracted by the 300,000 divine gold coins as Viscount Heber had imagined. Instead, he said in shock. Not to mention David, even Steward Jason wasn't affected by the 300,000 divine gold coins. The current Luce family wasn't the Luce family of the past. Steward Jason alone had more than 100,000 divine gold coins. Not to mention David had nearly 1,000,000 divine gold coins. Baron Arthur, you're very lucky to have received such a generous gift from the main family. However, do you know how much the daily consumption of this mansion is? I've inquired about the Luce family situation. To be honest, you can't even support yourself with that little property, let alone this mansion. Why don't you use this mansion to exchange for some divine gold coins and let the Luce family last longer? Viscount Heber's expression changed slightly. Then he said with a smile, if there's nothing else, I'm going to rest. David shook his head and said, it was obvious that he wanted to see Viscount Heber off. At another 50,000 divine gold coins. This is the highest price I can offer. Viscount Heber clenched his teeth and said, no one would sell a mansion like mansion number 35 in the central square, so it was impossible to say its value. However, no matter what, it was definitely worth more than 500,000 divine gold coins. If David publicly announced that he wanted to sell the mansion, someone would buy it for 1,000,000 divine gold coins. The biggest benefit of this location was that the status of the nobles had increased. They could get to know many nobles. The owners of the mansions in the western part of the central square weren't ordinary nobles. There was no need to mention their wealth here, because those with little wealth couldn't appear here. The nobles here all had powerful families behind them. For example, the top families all had mansions here. As long as they contacted any one of these families, it would be of great help to the family. I'm not selling. David was also a bit annoyed. He then turned to Steward Jason and said, see the guest out. Baron Arthur, you have to think carefully about whether you want to offend me, an Earth Knight, and my family. Viscount Heber stood up and said with an imposing aura. To be honest, Viscount Heber's aura was indeed terrifying. Every knight who could come back alive from planet Battlestar wasn't simple. They had all walked through life and death situations. Viscount Heber, your actions have been recorded by the Pattern Magic Circle. Do you really think this place is yours to threaten me, the owner of my mansion? David reminded him calmly. Viscount Heber's aura suddenly stopped. He turned to look at the decorations in the hall and saw many traces of alchemy patterns. This made him even more interested in this mansion. It was definitely worth it to buy a mansion like this. 500,000 divine gold coins and my friendship, Viscount Heber said with a heavy tone. Your friendship? David couldn't help but laugh. A Viscount's friendship, an Earth Knight's friendship. Are you looking down on it? Viscount Heber said with a bit of shame and anger. Viscount Heber was very proud that he was an Earth Knight. Perhaps Earth Knights could be seen everywhere on planet Battlestar. However, planet Battlestar was the place where all the elite knights of the great world of God gathered. In the great world of God, there were still very few Earth Knights, especially an Earth Knight like him who came back from planet Battlestar. He was even more respected. Viscount Heber, perhaps you don't know why the main family gave me this mansion, David said calmly. Isn't it because you were lucky enough to save young Master Charlie? Viscount Heber said with an envious and jealous expression. Because I killed 3 level 3 evil god believers and saved Knight Charlie from the hands of a level 3 evil god believer, David still said calmly. Viscount Heber's pupils shrank sharply. He didn't think that David was lying because this matter would spread very quickly. It was just that the time was a little short and the specific situation hadn't been spread yet. There were no secrets in the circle of nobles. Since the Castellan of Kegel was present when Charlie was rescued, Count Bunker, who was above the Castellan of Kegel, would know about it. Then, more nobles would know about it. Viscount Heber hesitated and said in a deep voice, Baron Arthur, please think about it again. I will send someone to ask again. Chapter 658. Viscount Heber left with his tail between his legs, but David wasn't happy about it. From the appearance of Viscount Heber, David knew that coming to Bama Star wasn't as peaceful as he had imagined. The value of Central Square Villa number 35 was far beyond his imagination. From Viscount Heber's attitude, it could be seen that this villa was very tempting to him. This was just Viscount Heber. There would probably be other nobles coming to inquire about it, and some of them might even have a higher status than Viscount Heber. Steward Jason, spread the news that this villa won't be sold. This time, choose the best servants and buy a batch of top-grade decorations to supplement the decoration of the villa. David instructed Steward Jason. Yes, master. Steward Jason understood what David meant. This was to show the nobles that the Luce family had enough wealth to support this villa and wouldn't sell it for money. The reason why Viscount Heber came over was because the Luce family had declined too much in the past, so he wanted to buy it. It was the first night in the great world of God that he didn't have any servants to serve him. David felt that it was refreshing. Of course, steward Jason wanted to serve him, but he refused. The next morning, Knight Andrew drove an alchemy carriage with David and steward Jason and left the villa. The alchemy carriage first stopped in front of a bookstore in the central square, and David walked into the bookstore that was decorated with a very cultural atmosphere. "Honorable sir, how may I help you?" A shop assistant saw David coming over with steward Jason and immediately greeted him with a bow. David noticed that the shop assistant's bow was very standard. It seemed that he had specially learned it. This kind of etiquette that belonged to nobles was similar in the eyes of ordinary people. It was just a bow, but in the eyes of nobles, it was very different. The shop assistant used a standard servant's bow. "I need a map of Bama's star," David said with a slight bow. "We have several maps to choose from. Do you want to check them one by one?" The shop assistant asked with a smile. "What's the difference?" The shop assistant's words aroused David's curiosity. When he came to the great world of God, he had seen the map of this place. The map was not as scientific as the one in the Interstellar Federation. Of course, it was also possible that the Shang planet he was on did not have a good choice. "We have the best alchemy maps, but we also have some inferior colored wooden maps, and even some colored sheepskin maps." The shop assistant bowed and replied, "Give me an alchemy map and a painted sheepskin map." David decided. David didn't ask about the price, because it was disgraceful to talk about the price in such an occasion according to the etiquette of the nobles. This matter was usually done by the people around him. The shop assistant also knew this. He turned around and took out a wooden box and a sheepskin map wrapped in leather and handed it to David. David took the map, turned around, and left the bookstore. He did not care about the rest. He only needed to wait in the alchemy carriage. When he returned to the carriage, he first opened the wooden box, revealing a white slate inside. David used his will to approach the slate and found that there was no reaction. He couldn't help but laugh. Most of the things used by the nobles were activated by the power of the blood. He used the power of the blood to enter the slate, and a light spot appeared on the white slate. Maps constantly appeared around the light spot. David understood that the light spot was the location of the alchemy map, and the map around it was the map of the central square. He then tried to zoom in and out of the map. When he zoomed in, he saw that the bookstore was next to the light spot. After zooming in, the main city also became smaller, and a wider map appeared. David found the location of the Chinya Manor on the map. It was about 100 kilometers away from the main city. It was not too far, but it was not too close either. He was considering whether to buy an alchemy flying car. It was not that he couldn't make one himself, but he needed to study the patterns on the alchemy flying car. Although David's alchemy knowledge was very large and heterogeneous, it was only the knowledge of a master alchemist. A master alchemist would not waste time on alchemy items like the alchemy flying car, which were produced by professional factories. Therefore, he did not have any alchemy flying car patterns of his memory. It would be a waste of time to learn them again. Now that David had received the wealth from the main family, it could completely cover the 5 million divine gold coins he got after destroying the Atkins family. He was still thinking about how to make this huge wealth legal. He was far away from the dashing star, so spending some divine gold coins here would not attract attention. David handed the sheepskin map to the knight Andrew. The knight recently needed to take over the duties of a carriage driver, and this sheepskin map was exactly what he needed. After a while, steward Jason sat back on the shaft of the carriage, and the knight Andrew drove the alchemy carriage out of the main city. The road outside the main city was paved with flat tiles. It wasn't any worse than the road in the inner city of Jianma City. One must know that this was the road outside the city. This was not what made David admire it. What attracted him the most was the scenery. He had always heard that the scenery of Bama's Star was good, but he really understood it when he was there. Take the road David was walking on as an example. There were big trees full of lavender leaves on both sides of the road. Looking from far to near, it was a completely purple world. All kinds of birds were chirping in the forest, and from time to time, there were small beasts walking through. It was a lively scene. His nose could smell all kinds of natural scents. There was the fragrance of flowers, the fragrance of trees, the smell of fruits, the smell of soil. It made people feel like they had entered an intoxicating world. This was the scenery seen from the ground. When David looked at the surroundings through the eyes of the shadow attendant in the sky, the picturesque scenery was even more intoxicating. It was no wonder that countless nobles came to Bamistar for vacation and retirement. The environment here was so good that it was difficult to describe it with words. If there was a heaven in the world, then this was heaven. For a distance of 100 miles, the 3 white horses rushed at full speed. Even with the alchemy carriage reducing the weight of the carriage and isolating it from the wind, it still took nearly 2 hours to reach the destination. There was a sign on the side of the road that said, "Chinya Manor, turn right 500 meters." According to the sign, the alchemy carriage turned right and went along a small path. Although it was a small path, the material of the ground was still rock. David did not know how good the road-building technology of the great world of God was, but the ground from the main road to the small path was amazingly flat. Even if the carriage was not painted with shock absorption patterns, it would not cause much vibration. If this kind of road was placed in the Interstellar Federation, with their mechanized road-building methods, even the smoothest road could be easily fixed. However, the basic level of the great world of God was too low, so David was very surprised to see such a road. The 500 meters were quickly reached. In front of him was a wooden door that was about 10 meters tall. On both sides were wooden walls that were about 5 meters tall, hiding everything in front. David got down from the alchemy carriage and came to the door. There was a complicated pattern on the door that was about the height of a person. It was a combination of the detection and call patterns. He took out his aristocratic badge and placed it on the pattern. He activated the pattern with the power of the bloodline, and then the pattern produced a scanning energy wave. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the door opened, and a sweaty middle-aged man in cotton clothes walked out. Steward Claude bowed and said, "Honorable Baron Arthur, Steward Claude of the Chinya Manor greets you. I am under orders to hand over the Chinya Manor to you." "Steward Claude, show me around and introduce the Chinya Manor to me." David smiled as he helped Steward Claude up. "Yes, Honorable Baron Arthur." Steward Claude straightened his body, but his back was still a little bent. This was the body of a person who worked for a long time, which was very different from those stewards who did not do physical labor. The Chinya Manor occupies an area of 2,000 hectares, and more than half of it is Chinya Lake. The Chinya Manor was built around Chinya Lake. When Steward Claude mentioned the Chinya Manor, his tone was full of pride. When David heard that it occupied an area of 2,000 hectares, he could not help but be stunned. This area could not be called an ordinary manor, but more like a farm. How many people work in the Chinya Manor? David was very concerned about this issue. One must know that if there were no farmers familiar with the situation in the manor, it would be easy to find farmers to work in the manor. Honorable Baron, including me, there are a total of 43 households and 116 people living in the Chinya Manor. Among them, there are 40 farmers, 10 fishermen, and the rest are women and children. Some of the women work as servants, some as cooks, and some as gardeners. When Steward Claude said this, he secretly glanced at David's expression. It was normal for families to live in the manor. These were people who relied on the manor to survive. They were born in the manor and died in the manor. Everything they did revolved around the manor. It was just that they all belonged to the main family. Steward Claude was worried that David would have some ideas and was unwilling to take the people left behind by the main family. Steward Claude was very clear that if David did not want them, then the 43 households would lose their source of income. If they lost their jobs in Bamistar, it would be difficult to move an inch, and even living would be difficult. The original main family would no longer take them in. The meaning of their existence was the Chinya Manor. Now that the Chinya Manor had been given away, they naturally no longer belong to the main family. As long as you work hard, the previous arrangements will remain the same. I will only arrange for people to check on your work. David saw Steward Claude's worry and said with a smile, "Please rest assured, we are very familiar with the Chinya Manor. All the work has been passed down from generation to generation. There won't be any problems. Steward Claude excitedly promised in a loud voice. Tell me about the output of the Chinya Manor, David asked as he walked. The main output of the Chinya Manor is lotus seeds from the Chinya Lake. There's a kind of lotus called the heartwarming lotus growing on the Chinya Lake. This kind of lotus flower blooms once every season and produces lotus seeds. The heartwarming lotus seeds are the top ingredients for the desserts on the noble's table. The output of each season can provide the manor with about 100,000 divine gold coins. Steward Claude replied with a bow. David was very satisfied with this income. The Luce family finally had a stable source of income. When Charlie gave away the villa and manor, he probably thought of giving David a stable source of income. The poverty of the Luce family was no secret. Is there no other output apart from the heartwarming lotus? David continued to ask. There are also some crops that can only be guaranteed to be self-sufficient. The premium crops are also prepared for the family and are not sold to the public. Steward Claude replied. David and Steward Claude walked along a straight and flat rocky road and arrived in front of a wooden two-story building. This is the main building. Sometimes the main family's lords come over for vacation and stay here. Steward Claude introduced to David. David nodded and walked into the building. The building didn't have the luxury of the villas in the city. It had more of a primitive smell. Of course, one could still see the use of a large number of patterns in the details, making this two-story building also an alchemy item. David came to the courtyard behind the building. Sitting here, he could see the Chinya Lake that Steward Claude had mentioned. The dark green lake was like a mirror. The white clouds in the sky were clearly reflected on the surface of the lake, as if they were spread out on the surface of the lake. Green lotus leaves and lotus flowers of various colors floated on the surface of the lake. A gust of wind blew, bringing with it the moist lake water and the fragrance of the lotus flowers. David walked to the lakeside. There was a waterproof wooden staircase here that could be used as a dock or a swimming pool. He reached out and scooped some water from the lake. He actually felt an extremely faint energy in the lake water. Of course, the reason why he could feel this extremely faint energy was because David's spiritual perception was infinitely close to 9 points. This extremely faint energy was somewhat similar to the energy emitted by the battle angel bones in David's body. They were both life energy, but the life energy in the lake water was too weak. This is probably why the heartwarming lotus is a top-notch dessert ingredient. Eating the heartwarming lotus for a long time will naturally have the effect of prolonging one's life. David thought to himself, not to mention the effect of the heartwarming lotus. Soaking the lake water would also be extremely beneficial to the skin. This was much safer than those cosmetics. It was fundamentally improving the skin. Next, David had his first lunch in the Chinya Manor in the dining room of the main building. When he saw the tableware that was placed out, David once again sighed at the main family's omnipresent low-key luxury. The tableware was all carved with patterns of silver. Not only that, but there were also poison identification patterns drawn on the tableware, causing any poison to immediately appear. One had to know that these were all alchemy items outside, but here they were just ordinary tableware. David finally understood what the life of a top-notch noble was. This was only a temporary vacation place for the main family. Even the villa in the main city was only a birthday gift from Charlie when he was 10 years old. It wasn't a very precious property. Chapter 659. In the afternoon, David came to Chinya Lake again. He had a feeling that Chinya Lake seemed to give him a sense of familiarity. He first recalled his previous memories, but he didn't find anything related to Chinya Lake. Even in the vague memories of his previous life, there was no such intoxicating beauty. David was very sure that if there was really something related to such a scenery in his memory, he would definitely remember it firmly and not have no impression at all. He couldn't understand where the familiarity of Chinya Lake came from. Steward Jason asked Steward Claude to come over. David turned his head and ordered Steward Jason. who was not far behind him. After noon, Steward Jason figured out the situation of the people in Chinya Manor and signed a new contract with them. From today onwards, not only did Chinya Manor belong to David, but even these 43 households and 116 people belonged to the Luce family and became servants of the Luce family. Servants were different from ordinary servants. Ordinary servants had an employment relationship, while servants were tied to the family. In the past, the relationship between these 116 people and the main family was a servant relationship, but this servant relationship was tied to the Chinya Manor. This time, David directly asked Steward Jason to tie the 116 people to the Luce family and not to the Chinya Manor. On the one hand, the Luce family was too small and didn't have as many servants as the main family, so they didn't need such a meticulous management method. On the other hand, it was also to show these 116 people that the Luce family wouldn't abandon them. So when Steward Jason invited Steward Claude's face was full of joy. "Steward Claude, I want to play around Chinya Lake. Please arrange it," David said with a smile. "Master, there is a boat on Chinya Lake that is parked in the dock. I am good at swimming, so there is no need to find someone else to drive the boat." Steward Claude bowed and replied. David wasn't surprised that there was a boat here. Boating on the lake was also a kind of leisure enjoyment, so naturally, he had to prepare a boat. The cruise ship was a small boat that could seat more than 10 people. It adhered to the main family's low-key and luxurious style. The seemingly ordinary cruise ship was also an alchemy item, and it was an alchemy item that could be controlled by ordinary people. This kind of alchemy item required alchemy materials, and even David would have a hard time obtaining them, let alone crafting them. David couldn't help but sigh as he thought of the farmers who were busy working in the fields with simple and crude farming tools, and then looked at the alchemy cruise ship in front of him. The gap between the nobles and the commoners was even bigger than the gap between the rich and the poor in the Interstellar Federation. Even the poorest people in the Interstellar Federation had a lot of spiritual enjoyment. The entertainment content on Skynet was similar for both the rich and the poor. However, the great world of God was too exaggerated. The commoners lived in a primitive society, while the nobles enjoyed the convenience brought by the alchemy civilization. Of course, as an aristocrat with vested interests, David just thought about it and didn't have any ideas about it. After boarding the cruise ship, David sat on a soft chair on the cruise ship. Jason found the wine cabinet on the cruise ship and poured him a glass of red wine. David took a sip of the red wine. Although the quality of the red wine was excellent, his mind wasn't on the red wine, nor was it on the beautiful scenery of Chinya Lake. After the cruise ship entered Chinya Lake, his sense of intimacy deepened. David's mind was on the lake. He let his spirit completely spread out, and everything within 100 meters was covered by his spirit. He rarely used his spirit like this, because it would consume a lot of his spirit. However, since his spirit was infinitely close to 9 points, his accumulation of spirit was extremely huge. He could support such consumption for half a day. David's spirit wrapped around a small fish. It was a very ordinary fish, but there was also an extremely weak life energy in the fish, only slightly higher than the life energy contained in the lake. If this fish was eaten regularly, it would be beneficial to the body. However, the life energy was too weak, and it was hard to feel the effects of eating this fish. Otherwise, Chinya Lake's specialty wouldn't be the heartwarming lotus. David released the small fish through his spirit, and the small fish escaped in a panic. "Master, the heartwarming lotus is in front," Claude softly reminded when he saw David admiring it. David looked up. The green lotus leaf was not far in front of him, and more than 10 lotus flowers were also in the range of his spirit. He scanned the lotus leaf with his spirit. The lotus leaf was connected to the mud at the bottom of the lake through a slender stem. He found that the life energy contained in the lotus leaf was even denser than that of the small fish. He scanned the lotus flowers with his spirit again and found a lotus flower that had a seed. David's spirit just got close to the lotus seed, and he felt that the life energy was even denser than before. Such dense life energy was comparable to the life energy of chickens and ducks, and this life energy was even more gentle. David also understood why the heartwarming lotus seed was a top-notch dessert ingredient. The life energy produced by a lotus seed was better than that of a chicken, and it was easier to absorb. Nobles were a group of people who basically had bloodline power. Cultivating the path of a knight would consume a lot of physical strength. This kind of heartwarming lotus seed that could replenish life energy was not just a dessert. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was an auxiliary cultivation resource. David once again sighed at the main family's generosity. The more detailed the resources of the villa and manor were, the more amazed he was. Not to mention anything else, just the supply of this kind of top-notch ingredient was enough for an ordinary noble family to treat it as a heritage industry. Steward Claude, is this heartwarming lotus only produced in Chinya Lake? Do other places also produce this heartwarming lotus? David turned to Steward Claude and asked. The heartwarming lotus is widely distributed on Bamistar, but only the heartwarming lotus produced in Chinya Lake is the top-notch ingredient. The heartwarming lotus produced here has always been supplied to the top nobles on Bamistar, and a small number will flow into a few restaurants and be made into top-notch desserts. Steward Claude's tone was full of pride when he spoke of the heartwarming lotus. David noticed the special nature of the heartwarming lotus in Chinya Lake. He estimated that the reason why the heartwarming lotus in Chinya Lake had such a special effect should be related to the life energy in Chinya Lake. This heartwarming lotus seemed to have the ability to absorb life energy, and, as the essence of the next generation of heartwarming lotus, it naturally contained more life energy. Master, I'll pick 2 heartwarming lotus seeds for you to make a lotus seed soup. You can taste it yourself. Steward Claude suggested with a smile. Thank you, David replied with a smile. Steward Claude steered the boat closer to the heartwarming lotus. He skillfully picked out 2 mature lotus seeds and used the boat's knife and hook to pick the seeds. He then switched to a silver knife and carefully cut open the lotus seeds to take out the lotus seeds. The heartwarming lotus seeds were emerald green in color. There were only 9 heartwarming lotus seeds in 1 lotus seed pod, and only 18 heartwarming lotus seeds were taken out from 2 lotus seed pods. Master, the effect of the heartwarming lotus seeds is too strong. An unofficial knight can only consume 9 at most, but you're an official knight and can consume 18. If you consume too many at once, you might have a nosebleed or even a large amount of blood loss. Steward Claude explained as he continued to process the heartwarming lotus seeds. There was a set of alchemy equipment on the boat that was specially set up to process the heartwarming lotus seeds. Steward Claude placed the heartwarming lotus seeds into the equipment and gently pressed the switch. David felt a wave of energy. When Steward Claude was about to take out the heartwarming lotus seeds, the outer shell of the heartwarming lotus seeds had already been removed. Even the tooth core had been removed. Steward Claude used a silver container to take out the heartwarming lotus seeds and added some lake water. He then took some sugar cubes from the side and put them in. He then placed the silver container on the stove at the side. This stove was also an alchemy item, and it was specially made for the heartwarming lotus seed soup. There was no need for anyone to control the temperature of the fire. As long as the switch was turned on, everything would be handed over to the alchemy stove. After a few minutes, the fire was extinguished. Steward Claude opened the silver container, and a sweet fragrance wafted out. David was a grandmaster chef. He only needed to take a sniff to know that the heartwarming lotus seed soup was extremely delicious. He reckoned that during the process of making this alchemy stove, there was at least a grandmaster chef beside it to be able to make such a high-quality, heartwarming lotus seed soup. Steward Claude took a silver bowl and was about to serve David the heartwarming lotus seed soup. If an ordinary person eats the heartwarming lotus seed soup, how much can they eat at once? David asked. Master, according to the body's condition, 2 is the best. Steward Claude replied. Then you and Steward Jason can each have 2 heartwarming lotus seeds and taste them together, David said with a smile. Master, this is against the rules. Steward Jason hurriedly advised. How can there be so many rules on this lake? This heartwarming lotus seed soup is extremely beneficial to an ordinary person's body. After you eat it, you can avoid getting sick. David waved his hand and said with an unquestionable tone, as long as the heartwarming lotus seed soup was taken properly, it could strengthen an ordinary person's immune system and make them healthy. Steward Jason had been working hard for the Luce family all year round, so he had a lot of small problems. David had long noticed that. This heartwarming lotus seed soup was the best medicine to treat Steward Jason, so naturally, David wouldn't be stingy. As for Steward Claude, David could confirm that he hadn't eaten the heartwarming lotus seed soup when he scanned his body with his mind. Otherwise, his body wouldn't have suffered so many injuries. Steward Claude had participated in the labor. As long as he ate the heartwarming lotus seed soup, his injuries would immediately be healed. In fact, it wasn't just Steward Claude who hadn't eaten the heartwarming lotus seed soup. Everyone in the Chinyao Manor hadn't eaten the heartwarming lotus seed soup. In the signed contract, there were related matters. This contract involved an oath, and anyone who dared to steal the heartwarming lotus seed soup would be killed without exception. The value of the heartwarming lotus seed soup was too high for an ordinary person. Of course, they had to prevent people from stealing it. Of course, those who could live in the Chinyao Manor had all gone through multiple selections. In addition, they were attached to the Chinyao Manor, so they had long subconsciously regarded the heartwarming lotus seed soup as their master's precious private property. Naturally, they wouldn't covet it. "Thank you, master." Steward Claude and Steward Jason bowed in unison. Steward Claude had already scooped a bowl of heartwarming lotus seed soup for David. Of course, there were 14 of them. The remaining 4 were split between the 2 of them. David placed a bowl of heartwarming lotus seed soup into his mouth. It was different from the life energy that he had sensed. After the life energy entered his body, he immediately felt that the life energy had formed a resonance with the battle angel bone. Only then did he realize why he felt a sense of intimacy. It wasn't because he had a connection with the life energy in the Chinyao Lake, but because there was a connection between the battle angel bone and the life energy in the Chinyao Lake. This discovery made David's heart skip a beat. Perhaps there was something in the Chinyao Lake that was related to the battle angel bone. After understanding this point, he put aside his other thoughts and began to savor the taste of the heartwarming lotus seed soup. From David's point of view, this heartwarming lotus seed soup was only close to the level of a master chef. The taste of the top-quality heartwarming lotus seed soup had directly increased the taste of the dessert by a large level. This allowed the heartwarming lotus seed soup to reach the level of a grandmaster chef. David even had a thought. If he were to personally cook the heartwarming lotus seed soup, what kind of flavor would it taste like? Steward Jason and Steward Claude also began to taste the heartwarming lotus seed soup that only had 2 heartwarming lotus seed soup. It was a good thing that there was quite a bit of heartwarming lotus seed soup. Steward Jason could be considered to have eaten delicacies before. In the past, the Luce family was still a noble family. He was fortunate enough to taste some dishes that normal people couldn't taste. But after the heartwarming lotus seed soup entered his mouth, Steward Jason couldn't help but become absent-minded. This was a top-quality delicacy that only top nobles could taste. The feeling of the delicacy exploding in his mouth made his mind sway. But what surprised him even more was that when he ate the heartwarming lotus seed, a warm current spread from his mouth to his entire body. Then, his body couldn't help but shiver. Then, as if all the pores on his body had opened up, he felt extremely comfortable. He couldn't wait to eat the second heartwarming lotus seed. The warm current appeared again, and he had an illusion that his body seemed to have become 10 years younger at this moment. When Steward Jason wanted to eat another heartwarming lotus seed, he realized that there were no more heartwarming lotus seeds in the bowl. He reluctantly drank the rest of the soup, and then closed his eyes in satisfaction. It was also the first time Steward Claude ate a heartwarming lotus seed. Although he had heard countless people evaluate the heartwarming lotus seed, when he ate it, he realized that the previous evaluations were too weak. His back had always been faintly aching from working all year round. After eating the heartwarming lotus seed, there was a warm current flowing through the pain. Under the warm current, the pain became lighter and lighter until it couldn't be felt anymore. After eating both heartwarming lotus seeds, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his body. Chapter 660. Steward Claude, go over there and take a look. David ordered Steward Claude to sail the boat on Chignal Lake. Steward Claude burst out with unprecedented enthusiasm. He followed David's orders and sailed around Chignal Lake. Even if David didn't have a reason to command him, he still did it without complaint. David was still using his mental strength to detect Chignal Lake. He had already confirmed that Chignal Lake had some sort of connection with the Battle Angel. Otherwise, the Battle Angel bones wouldn't have affected his senses. That trace of intimacy wasn't his real senses. Of course, he wasn't worried about the Battle Angel bones because he saw the Battle Angel disappear with his own eyes. Perhaps the Battle Angel bones had something special, but David didn't know about it. David turned his head and saw the excited Steward Claude and Steward Jason still reminiscing about the aftertaste. He couldn't help but smile and shake his head. He could guess the secret behind the heartwarming lotus seed's deliciousness. He guessed that all life forms had a natural fondness for life energy, and life energy had a strong attraction to the soul of life forms. When the life energy was integrated into the heartwarming lotus seed, the combination of the delicious taste and the attraction to the soul produced this kind of irresistible taste. David's mental strength sensed that the life energy in the lake was relatively dense. He quickly marked it on the alchemy map. The alchemy map's function was similar to the Interstellar Federation's navigation system. As long as he marked a location, he could always find it again in the future. In the afternoon, he marked 5 locations on the alchemy map. They were all areas with changes in life energy. However, now wasn't a good time to investigate. He marked the suspicious locations on the alchemy map and waited until there was no one around to investigate. At night, David didn't return to the main city. He stayed in the small building in Chignal Manor. David's actions caused many nobles who wanted to visit him in the Central Plaza's Villa number 35 to miss him. These people left unhappily. David didn't know the situation in the main city's villa. After dinner, he returned to his room to rest. Through the shadow attendant, he watched as Jason arranged the servants' work and went to rest. Only then did he open the window and jump out. David chose to put on the golden exoskeleton armor. Of course, he activated the environment fusion system and flew towards Chignal Lake. While in the air, he took out the alchemy map and zoomed in on it. He then scanned the map of Chignal Lake into the system of the golden exoskeleton armor. After completing this operation, he put the alchemy map back into his spatial ring. To be honest, he was already used to using the Interstellar Federation navigation map. If he had a choice, he would always choose the more convenient Interstellar Federation map. The 5 marked locations were also scanned into the map system of the golden exoskeleton armor. Then, David jumped in the water and rushed toward the first suspicious area. The range of life energy fluctuations in this area was not large, only about 10 square meters or so. David searched from the surface of the lake all the way to the bottom of the lake, but he didn't find anything. He then activated his underground sneak ability and went underground to check. He went 10 meters down the lake and still didn't find anything. This made him a little disappointed. David swam to another target location. He didn't find anything at 3 locations in a row. This made David wonder if he was wrong. At the 4th location, when he used his underground sneak ability to go 5 meters down the lake, he could clearly feel the abnormality of the Battle Angel skeleton in his body. The Battle Angel skeleton seemed to be thirsting for something, and the target of its thirst was nearby. David's fusion with the Battle Angel skeleton wasn't high, so he couldn't completely control the Battle Angel skeleton. Otherwise, he could understand what the Battle Angel skeleton wanted to express. Now, David could only guess. He went 10 meters down, and with every meter he went, the battle angel skeleton's thirst increased. Unfortunately, with David's underground sneak ability, he could only go this deep. However, David was 100% sure that the item he was looking for was below. He decided to use the stupidest method. He took out the level 4 grade, decelerating heavy sword and used it to dig down. After going 10 meters down, the underground sneak ability lost its effect. He could feel the 10 meters of rocks above him pressing down on his body. Luckily, he had the golden exoskeleton armor. The engine made from level 3 grade materials gave the exoskeleton armor super strong energy. It was able to create an energy shield to block the pressure of the rocks above. When he went 30 meters down, David could hear the sizzling sound of the energy shield outside the exoskeleton armor. The energy shield could collapse at any time. If he used the exoskeleton armor to block the pressure from the rocks 30 meters down, David was worried that he wouldn't be able to block it for much longer. The bottom of the lake was extremely soft mud. If it was normal mud, it would have a certain amount of support when digging. It would be able to share some of the pressure. However, the mud was completely downward and didn't have any support at all. Just as David wanted to dig a bit more in return, the level 4 grade, decelerating heavy sword in his hand touched a hard object. David was shocked at first, then he became happy. He was shocked that he actually used the level 4 grade, decelerating heavy sword to touch the object. If the object wasn't strong enough, it would have been directly destroyed. He was happy that the object wasn't destroyed by the level 4 grade, decelerating heavy sword. Or rather, the hardness of the object wasn't something that the level 4 grade, decelerating heavy sword could destroy. David reached out his hand and grabbed the object from mud. It was a pile of strange bones connected together. It was strange because with David's understanding of a human skeleton, he couldn't tell which part of the skeleton it was. Let alone humans. Among the creatures he knew, there weren't any creatures that had this kind of skeleton. He wanted to put the strange bones into the portal ring, but he found that the strange bones actually had a repulsive force against the portal ring. David couldn't help but be surprised. One must know that the spatial ring in his hand was a relatively high-grade spatial ring that old Baron Luce had given him as compensation. Even among the spatial items of the Luce family, there wasn't a spatial item that was better than this spatial ring. Since the strange bones couldn't be put into the portal ring, it meant that the level of the strange bones was much, much higher than the portal ring. It was so high that the portal ring's dimension couldn't handle the strange bones. David felt the same life force from the strange bones as his battle angel bone. It seemed like the strange bones were a part of the battle angel bone. Just as he was thinking, the strange bones in his hand turned into a shadow and disappeared from his hand. Afterward, the golden exoskeleton armor on his body made a squeezing sound. David's face changed. He couldn't let the golden exoskeleton armor be damaged so deep underground. Otherwise, he would be exposed to a huge amount of pressure. Without any hesitation, he connected his power of will to the transcendent stiletto on his calf and guided the dimensional force into his body. Afterward, he ignited the space rush talent. His body went from 30 meters underground to 20 meters underground in an instant. The reduced pressure allowed David to move more agilely. He dug upwards with all his might, and soon he was 10 meters underground. Once he was 10 meters underground, it was within the range of the underground sneak ability. David activated underground sneak and removed the golden exoskeleton armor. His movements were fast. The moment he removed the golden exoskeleton armor, a pair of bone wings suddenly appeared on his back. The bone wings were 2 meters wide. David didn't know the function of the bones before, but now he finally knew. David thought of the battle angel in his soul dimension. At that time, the battle angel did have a pair of wings. He thought it was just a pair of wings made of energy. He didn't expect the battle angel to have a pair of real wings. He left the underground and rose to the surface. The moment he left the water, he had a feeling that he could continue to rise. This feeling came suddenly. It was as if his body was telling David that he could do it. David followed the feeling in his body and wanted to continue rising. Then his body flew up and left the water. He had never thought that there would be a day when he could fly without relying on anything else. Of course, the prerequisite was that the bone wings were a part of his body. He didn't know anything about them. David rose to 10 meters above the surface of the lake. He didn't go any further. Instead, he hovered in the air. He felt like he was born with the ability to fly. As long as he wanted to, he could fly however he wanted. David dove down and flew close to the surface of the water. After that, he rose again. He rolled in the air. The bone wings were a part of his body, like his arms. He controlled the bone wings like he did with his arms. The autonomous flight made him forget the time. After flying for half an hour, he finally felt satisfied. David stopped 10 meters above the ground. He observed himself through the eyes of the shadow attendant. The bone wings made him look very strange. If he went out like this, he would definitely be treated as a monster. Although the bone wings were good and gave him the ability to fly, the sudden appearance of the bone wings made it impossible for him to go out. He couldn't even see people in his own manner. It would be great if I could retract my wings, David thought. The bone wings on his back disappeared instantly. Without the bone wings, David also lost the ability to fly. He fell from 10 meters into the water. Ha ha ha! David laughed loudly in the water. He wasn't angry about falling into the water. However, he quickly stopped laughing. He thought of the reason Chinyao Lake could produce the top ingredient, heartwarming lotus. It was because of the bone wings at the bottom of the lake. Without the bone wings, how long could the mystical Chinyao Lake last? If Chinyao Manor belonged to other families, David couldn't be bothered. He would just take the bone wings. However, Chinyao Manor was his. He couldn't let such a top ingredient disappear in his hands. However, David couldn't separate the bone wings from his body. Even if he could, he couldn't bear to do it. These were wings that could fly. Although they were a little ugly, it was worth it as long as they could fly. They were a little ugly, but he could hide them at any time if he didn't need them. They could be used to save his life at a critical moment. Can I leave a life energy ball underground? This way, I can maintain the life energy of Chinyao Lake for a period of time. David thought. He tried to extract the life energy from the battle angel bones. However, he was disappointed. Just like before, if his body wasn't injured, the life energy wouldn't appear on its own. That's not right. David suddenly thought of the control he had over his body. The bone wings were like his arms. Thinking of this, he wanted the bone wings to appear again. Then, the bone wings stretched out from his back. His body once again had the ability to fly. However, David didn't fly. Instead, he tried to let the bone wings gather a life energy ball. Just as he thought, the bone wings were very special. They had very strong control. Even if he extracted the life energy, the bone wings would start to gather it according to his thoughts. A small ball of almost solidified life energy gathered in David's hand. Just now, David was thinking of a solid life energy ball. The bone wings perfectly executed his idea. David held the life energy ball in his hand and sensed the situation of the life energy ball. The life energy ball was emitting life energy at an extremely slow speed. The speed at which it was emitting life energy was the same as the speed at which the bone wings were emitting life energy underground. Of course, this was also what David thought. The bone wings perfectly executed the result. David didn't understand what kind of ability this was. The bone wings' execution ability was far beyond his imagination. He could only think about it slowly in the future. What he needed to do now was to put the life energy ball back underground. David entered the water again. This time, he didn't wear the golden exoskeleton armor. He noticed that the lake water automatically separated. His bone wings showed the ability to avoid water. After reaching the bottom of the lake, David activated his underground sneak and reached 10 meters underground. This time, he felt that the skeletal wings would most likely help him. Therefore, he tried to use the level 4 decelerating heavy sword, without the golden exoskeleton armor to dig down. Just as he thought, the bone wings on his back opened up and blocked the pressure from above. This allowed him to easily dive down. This time, David reached 30 meters underground. His digging speed was faster and easier than when he wore the golden exoskeleton armor. The bone wings blocked all the pressure. David placed the life energy ball in the place where the skeletal wings were found, and then returned from there. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.